Wait. I'll be right with you. Let me close this door. That needs to be closed. Uh-oh. Where's my light, Tina girl? It's not here. Where is it? Uh-oh. I don't know where it is. Hold on. Not here, not there. I've got absolutely no idea where my light is. What's going on? Oh, this is a fuck up. Wait. Let me go looking for my other light. Wow. This is ridiculous. There it is. Found it. And it's got a cable. Okay. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Oh, wow. This is different. All right. And now it's just the cables come out. And now it's not lighting. It can't be dead. Fuck off. It was charging for 2 days. What the hell even is this? Hold on. Now my phone's complaining it can't download an update. I don't know what that's about either. Oh, what a fuck up. Okay. That is the second most chaotic start to a TrampCast ever. Let me tell you what happened. I wasn't sure whether I'd set the start time for 10 o'clock or 10:30. And in my head I told myself 10:30. And then I checked and it said 10. And it was 10 past. So I just pushed the button and went live. And I didn't realise I'd not got my light, I'd not got these turned on, it was totally dark in here. Oops! I fucked up. So folks, welcome to TrampCast Hangout, episode 26 I believe. Although I've probably lost count somewhere along the line. We might end up with 2 episode 25s or 3 episode 26s. Not quite sure. Tina girl, come this way, babe. This is my Tina girl. You gotta have your traditions, folks. You gotta have your traditions. And mine starts like this. Even when they hide the flash button. Tina, say hello to the peoples. Tina. She's thinking about going outside. The problem is, you see the tennis racket electric fly swatter thing up there? The moment that a fly flies into that and it cracks and goes crack bang, she thinks it's a firework and she'll come running back to me. When she's on the bed, she can do that. If she gets down from the bed, she won't be able to come back to me without me picking her up and getting her back onto the bed. So that will all be rather difficult. Oh, do you know what I haven't done as well, folks? If you just bear with me for a second. I haven't got a single can of beer within reach. What the hell kind of wino tramp am I without I've got brandy and cola. But the light there is sitting on top of my glass, so there's no drinking out of that glass at the minute. Let me go and grab, I think the tradition is 3 cans, isn't it, next to each other, that the light sits on. Let me grab that. Hey babe, come on back. Back on the bed. Come back to daddy. Come on. Back this way. Back. You go back that way. Go on, yes. Go. I'll cuddle you when I get back in a minute. Okay? Fasten this one halfway down. It will be all golden there. And let me grab. We were on Argus earlier. I'll grab 2 Argus. And I'll grab a couple of Steinberg. Okay. Let's do this thing. Let's do this. Oh, you are fucking kidding me. Oh, it's not the phone, it's only the light. Oh, and the glass. Well, that went well. What did I say about this being the second most chaotic start ever? The only one that I think competes with it is the one where I started the TrampCast and it sounded like there was a car crash on the main road, so I went running up. And then after that was over, I came back down to the tent, just got sat down and started, and 3 Swedish people came walking through the field specifically to come and meet me and Tina. But they didn't know it was TrampCast. So that was quite chaotic. I think we're challenging that now. I've fucked up in so many different ways just now that we're probably challenging that. Can you see her? I don't think you can. You can maybe just about, yeah, there we go. Oh, hand in the way of the camera, you muppet. I think you can see her just here. Yeah, she is, look. Cuddling her daddy. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Go get kisses. Nom, 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 nom. There's a kiss. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Kissing my nose. You're kissing my nose. Thanks, babe. Thank you. Woo! I stole a kiss. I stole a kiss from my little miss. It's cuddle rape. Hey, babe. Cuddle rape with Daddy Dean. Oh, I've just doxed myself again. I am messing up in so many different ways, eh? Just doxed myself. John, hello. Who have we got there? Oh, my eyes. Cyanide Leech, isn't it? I can't remember your real name, Cyanide, but I'm sure you'll tell me in a minute. Taking the opportunity to grab a brew. You do right, mate. Karen Johnson, hello. We have at least one Karen in the house. The other Karen isn't here just yet, but I believe she will be. I gotta say, I had it in mind. I'd set the start time for 10:30, and I'd actually set it for 10. Don't know why I did that. I think it's because I had to set the time twice. I went in the app and set a time, and I came out. Then it didn't take the picture. I had to add the picture a second time, and it dumped the start time. Magnus for John. Is that cider? That sounds like cider. I'm on Argus, bought by my friend Lee. I think Tuesday or Wednesday he brought it to the camp. So cheers to Lee, the sponsor of the alcohol for today. Unless I switch to brandy later on. Oh, I think I've got an open red wine as well. It's not a resealable one. It was a tear-off one from last night. That might need finishing fairly swiftly, wouldn't you think? Yeah, most of my cartons are a twist-off, a lid, resealable. This one's a tear the corner, so you should really drink it in. I'm not going to say in one go, but well, I guess I am. I opened it last night. I think I'm about halfway through. Maybe a little bit over halfway through. That'll be red wine and cola at some point. Maybe after this first can that I've only just opened. Cheers, folks. Cheers to the subscribers. Cheers to the 3 of you that have bothered to hit the thumbs up. The fuck are the rest of you doing? Get that wine in you. I will do, mate. I will do. Mixing the... how does that... There's a saying, isn't there, about mixing the vine and the... Oh, how does it go? The grain and the vine? I don't know. There's a phrase to do with hangovers, to do with all that, but who cares? Cheers, folks. Get that thumbs up hit. What are we messing about at? Okay, folks. Topics for the day. I haven't got any. You'd think that I'd had a couple of hours in between the proper TrampCast from earlier and this TrampCast Hangout. You'd think that I would have the grape and the grain. Yeah, there you go, Rob. Cheers. Yeah, there's a phrase to do with don't mix the grape and the grain, or in what order you do them. If you do it one way, it's okay, but the other way, not so much. Can't remember. I'm an old fart. No idea. Is that just me? That's feeling a bit too bright. Are we all right with that? If I step it down a notch. I do need to... I don't have a micro cloth, so these are probably not going to last forever. Having said that, I'm a tramp in a field. The first time they fall off my face and land on a rock outside, they'll be broken anyway. It's almost better, but a bit smeary for now. Isn't there a bit of paper here somewhere? There was. There isn't. It's gone. One of my kitchen rolls has run out, so no kitchen paper. Let me just give him another quick rub. See whether I can reduce the smeariness. They were better for seeing through, but the light was just smeared over the... Oh, one eye's better, the other's not. That's... You ever get this with glasses? The England ladies did well, so I'm told. Won on penalties. I didn't watch myself. I'm not... I don't know. I didn't get into the football this year. Oh, let's get this. Wine after beer, that's a cheer. Beer after wine, better denied. Loose translation, okay. Thank you for that. Cyanide Leech, you got a real name, and I'm sure you've told me before, but... Rob. John, who else is here? There's John. There's Karen, okay. Okay, we've only really got 2 or 3 people in chat. Gerhard. Oh, maybe you haven't told me that before. That's new to me. Thank you for sharing, Gerhard. Okay. So see, when I come back through this tomorrow, I was making a list in the back of my notebook of YouTube handles to real names. Grape or grain, but never the twain. That's a good one. Is that Scotty 8? Does that say 808? It's not Bob, is it? My glasses are just not quite. Where's the other set? They're buried because over here, look, I don't know, folks. I got on my bed here, I've got like a bloody sauce. I've got sauce, chorizo, bread. I've got a chopping... Oh, I got a chopping board and a knife. I live out of my bed, look. Let's put that back there. It's... Oh, I've come unplugged. That's not right. We need the power cable. There we go. How many times can I fuck up in the first 15 minutes of a TrampCast Hangout? I've done it again. What the fuck is it with you and that? My loaf of bread doesn't like the light. Apparently. There. No. The glass that the light is sat on is wanting to tip up. If Farmhouse here, he'd be telling me to watch out for the light attacking me. Where's the other pair of glasses, Tina? You got any idea, babe? I had them not long ago. They're going to be here or hereabouts. There's your poo bags that have fallen out of my pockets. It's a good job I just found those. Hey, Tina. I got no idea, folks. I had a pair of glasses here with me. I'm probably laying on them or breaking them. So any messages that I can't quite read or can't quite decipher. Oh, that was Karen. She said something and then she redacted it herself or retracted it. Okay, she's celebrating the football win. She was giving me blow by blow during the penalties. She was messaging me, England got one, but the ref stopped it and made them take it again. and onwards and onwards. I was getting shot by shot. What's the word I'm looking for? Commentary. There you go. There's the word I was looking for, folks. I'm failing at. Again, I've got the phone on full brightness, and I don't want the light on full brightness. And I don't want it. Hey, babe. You all right there with your head by my bum? That's maybe not the best positioning. Well, that means that I get. Oh no, you're across the bed again, rather than up and down. Terrible habit, folks, of laying perpendicular to the bed. She lays across the bed. Friday night, she was a real nuisance with it, wasn't she? She's looking at the. See if I can show you. Can I do this without toppling the light for the 5th time? I think I can. Over here, do you see my tennis racket fly swatter thing? When they fly into it, they go with a real snap, crackle, pop, and it is usually in 3 or 4 parts. And Tina thinks it's thunder and lightning. She really, or fireworks. She really doesn't like it. Let me fold the chorizo over. Hide that with the bread. Over there. With the Brava sauce from Patatas Brava. I don't know. So how are we doing, folks? Sunday night with a tramp. What are you all doing? You're just waiting for Monday morning to begin. Have you got that dreaded end of the weekend feeling? I'll be honest, I kind of don't get that anymore at the minute. Maybe one day. I look forward to having that Monday morning dread. But Karen loves Mondays. That's nice. But then you work Sundays anyway, don't you? So it's not like Monday's the beginning of a thing. It's not like you've had the weekend off and you're dreading Monday's beginning. Karen likes her job. I did at one point. I used to like mine. That's a long time ago now. I grew out of it. Maybe. Not sure. Okay, folks. We got any science or tech news to discuss? What have you brought for me? Who's got a story? Anybody been following Lewis Rossman this last week? He's storming it at the minute. There are these companies that sell devices like smart home devices, and they sell them to you, and it's a one-off fee. You've bought it, it's yours, you've paid for it, you've got it. But every time it starts, it pings home to their servers. And a company found itself going bust. And so they pushed out an update to everybody, basically turning their device off. They went bust, and then they started up with the same name, but with a different year on the end. So whatever the name of the company is, ABC, it becomes ABC 2025. So the same people running what is now a new company with the same name essentially, and now they push out an update to all of those devices saying your device won't work unless you pay a monthly fee. And everyone says, what the fuck? You can't do that, you can't. I own this device, this is my device, it works when I say it works. No, we're changing the terms of the contract. And they're like, who are you? I don't have any contract with you. I had business dealings with ABC, not ABC 2025. Get fucked. And so Lewis Rossman, who is a bit of a big deal in technology circles, he also happens to have the ear of a literal billionaire to back him with anything he does, which helps. He says, I'll pay, I can't remember the number, 10 grand, 20 grand, to the first person that can write new firmware for these devices that doesn't phone home to their servers. Give me a patch, give me a fix that gets everybody out of the pocket of these robber baron bastards. And there's, I can't remember, 5 grand, 10 grand, 20 grand up for grabs for the first person that finds the bypass, that finds the workaround. In the meantime, that company, whatever they were called, I don't remember, they go to the press and say that would be illegal. That's hacking a computer system and is against the Computer Misuse Act. And him and his billionaire friend get their lawyers on it and they say, no, that's reverse engineering and it's entirely allowed under law. And they say, fight me. Put your money where your mouth is and let's have the court case. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Lewis Rossman. LOUISROSSMANN of the Rossman Repair Group. What a fucking hero. He puts his money where his mouth is. He tells people that when I've bought something, or when anybody's bought something, they own it. You shouldn't be able to push updates to it and make it never work again without payment when it's been bought outright in the first place. That wasn't the contract on purchase. That's not the contract now. Go screw yourselves. And if you want to challenge him in court, he's up for it. You farted. I hope it's only a fart because you're on my bed. Oh, it's pungent. It's pungent. But that's one piece of technology news that I've been following. Smart home devices that phone home every time you turn them on. And if the home's not there, if that server's been turned off, your device just won't turn on. And this is baked into so many things nowadays. Things like smart TVs. Don't know if you know this, if you've got an internet connected TV, there's a square of your TV down the bottom right somewhere that gets beamed back to the manufacturer, to their website every few seconds. And from that little square and the data contained therein, they can tell what you're watching. They can tell whether it's an internet site you're watching or whether you're on a normal TV channel, and they can tell what film or program you're watching. And all this data has been collected and sold on about what your interests are and what you do, how you use your TV. And again, if Toshiba or somebody ever went bust, they can turn off the servers their end and your TV just won't start. There's been many cases recently where they push an update out to the firmware, the built-in software in the device, and you get presented with an OK button. There's no do you agree, yes or no. There's just a yes. And if you don't press it, your TV won't, you can't control your TV anymore. It just won't do. So you're forced. It's like Update to our terms. Do you agree? And there's just a yes button. There's not a yes or a no. There's no opt-out. You can't just hit the back button and it goes away, or turn it off and on again. It'll just come straight back to that box, and there's just an OK button. What the fuck's that about? They're changing the terms of the purchase contract after the event, and you get no choice. You get no say. That's crazy. And that's where we're at. And Lewis Rossman is against that. He says when you buy something, it's yours, not theirs. They don't get to turn it off. They don't get to turn off a server and make either your computer game or your computer or your TV or your toaster, whatever the fuck it is. They don't get to flick a switch and turn that off, make it broken forever. That's not for them. That's yours. You bought that shit. That's yours. Do not put up with that shit. And he's taking the fight to them. And I've got to respect that. Not that the respect of a tramp in a fucking field matters that much. But to Lewis Rossman, cheers, sir. Highest regards. Let me scroll back. Karen loves Mondays, loves her job. What's with not being able to show a flag? I saw flags. There were England flags from John Aldwinkle back there. I did read something somewhere about flags recently. Some people were having difficulty. Might depend on your keyboard. Scotty says Google Maps Live is coming. Do we need live maps? What's the benefit? I'm alright with a map that's like 6 months out of date or whatever. The world doesn't change that rapidly. Unless it's showing like traffic jams and like how fast traffic is moving. Tina, you're not on the bed, are you? You're down in the fucking in the gutter again. Just like last night. What happened last night? That wasn't good, was it? Don't want that again. Instead of being on the bed, she's lying alongside the bed. Then she starts whimpering at 4 in the morning because she can't get up and on the bed, and she wants me to give her a hand up. Dog. Scotty, come and talk to me. What's going to change with Google Maps Live? Are we talking about stuff updating all the time? More cars going around taking more pictures more frequently? Or is it to do with traffic flow and traffic lights and traffic jams? Like Garmin, wasn't it, tried to do a while back? But I'm guessing Google are better placed for real-time updates and stuff like that. Also, police cameras and speed traps. What was that? Waze, wasn't it? WAZE, that was trying to alert people about where the police had set speed traps and speed cameras. Ring doorbell. Oh, okay. There's another one. Okay. Yeah, Ring doorbell turned into a thing. So you get yourself a doorbell with a camera, and it turns out you're not the only one that gets the images. Ring themselves take the images and sell them, basically sell access to the police. And it looks now like they can also look on the road and see how traffic and shit is. Is that what you wanted from your doorbell? Did you want your doorbell showing the police all the activity on your drive and in your street? Not sure, folks. I've seen many videos of police turning up to arrest people, and they'll put sticky tape straight over your doorbell camera. I think shit like that should be made illegal. Their license, when they come to your house to knock on the door, they have an implicit and implied license to what's called knock and talk. Like anybody, you can walk through someone's gate, their garden gate, and up to their front door to knock or ring a doorbell, unless they've posted a sign saying no, you can't. And that's all they've got a right to do. They don't have a right to snoop around and go around the back of your house and look around. They have a right to walk up to the door and knock, not to interfere with your possessions. If you've got kids' toys on the lawn, they don't get to take them and play with them or mess them or break them. There are videos out there where they do all of these things. The police are not your friends. Get over this fact, folks. Back the blue till it happens to you. The police are not your fucking friends. Whenever you interact with the police, they're looking to arrest somebody. And half the time or more, it's you they're looking to arrest. They're not your fucking friends. They have an implicit license to walk up to your door, to knock and wait for an answer. Wait a reasonable time. If you're in and you choose not to answer, they're supposed to leave. They wait a reasonable time and fuck off. If you explicitly tell them, go away, that's a revocation of their implied license to come and knock and talk. Telling them explicitly, go, and if they remain, they're trespassing. And you can use reasonable physical force to remove them from your property. I don't advise trying, because they're a bunch of bastards. We all know it. There's a real psychopathy problem within the police. It really does attract people with the wrong intentions. Certainly nowadays. I don't know that it always did. Maybe they weeded them out better in the past. 50s, 60s, I don't know. But sometime around the 80s or 90s, we started attracting wrong-uns into the police. And I'm not their fan. There are rules to how they're supposed to behave, but they ignore the rules. And judges let them ignore the rules, and judges weigh far too heavily in favour of the police in situations where you report the police as having done it wrong. 80s miners strike, yeah, that was an example. Wasn't it rumoured that they had SAS in amongst them just to give a bit of extra clobber? They had that as well when there was a prison riot. What's the one in Manchester? Big prison. The prisoners were on the roof, and when it was stormed, it was well rumoured that there was SAS in amongst the police and prison guards that were storming it. Tina, your bottom is on real fucking form. You better not be doing what I think you're doing. You got the farts, darling. Tina farts. Strange ways, thank you. It was indeed. Yeah, they got on the roof, didn't they? And they were throwing the slates down at people. But yeah, there's a certain element amongst the police that are looking to go hands-on permanently. Any interaction with them, they're looking to arrest you. They're just looking for that wrong word, that if you let them into your living room, if they knock at the door and say, can we come in and chat? And they come in, and if they see anything, whatever you've got that's in plain view, again, it's called the plain view doctrine. Whatever you've got that's in plain view, once you've invited them, they can use that against you. They're just looking to find stuff against you all the time. I used to be pro-police. To some extent, I still am. They're a necessity. Let's get the right word. They're a necessity. They are a necessity. As a society, we need a police force for when people do stuff wrong, for when they get it wrong, for when they're doing it wrong, for when they're putting others in danger. We need a police force. But do we need them to be constantly looking in every interaction, looking to get you? I got you. I got you. You said it wrong, you did it wrong. I'm going to get you. Necessary evil, says Chippy. Yeah, I think so. We do need them, but I think we need they need to be better trained. How can you enforce laws that you yourself don't fucking know? They don't know the basics about... So there are 3 stages of talking to the police. There's a consensual conversation. So if a policeman approaches you and wants to talk and you don't talk, well, it was going to be a consensual conversation and you've declined. He offered to speak with you and you've declined. That should be... No, they see that as suspicious. Now, if you take off and turn around and walk away, they're going to find that even more suspicious. It shouldn't be. To decline a consent... If I walk up to you and you don't want to talk to me, you just turn your back and tell me to fuck off. End of. Try that with a copper. Try it. Consensual conversation. If they have reasonable, articulable suspicion that something's afoot, they don't have to know what. A lot of people get this wrong and they say you have to state a crime. They don't have to know what crime. They just have to be able to identify a set of facts that would lead a reasonable person to believe that there's something going on that could be criminal. So you look like a wrong 'un, or you don't look like you belong here, or your car registration plate's registered to Aberdeen. What are you doing here in London? Those don't count. That's not a reasonable suspicion. But if they develop that set of facts, then they can do an investigatory detention. That's where they tell you cannot leave. Nowadays, they'll also put handcuffs on you at that point, 50% of the time, because officer safety. It's become a thing, putting cuffs on people just while we check, just while we talk to you. That's become a thing. If at the end of the investigatory detention they believe that you have committed a crime, then they develop what's called probable cause and can arrest you. Do you know how many things I see online where they start to talk to a guy, he says he doesn't want to talk to them, so they just arrest him? It's like they jump 2 whole fucking hurdles. No reasonable articulable suspicion, no probable cause. Just, I don't want to talk to you, okay, you're under arrest. And they grab him. And maybe they'll throw him to the ground or slam him into a wall. What the fuck's that about? If you watch the American ones, they'll grab him and tell him to sit on a wet floor. Like you're a child or something, or a dog. Sit. Fucking no, not doing it. You put handcuffs on me, I will fight. Then you're guilty of resisting obstruction and they'll throw in obstruction, resisting arrest, and assault on a police officer. And you'll see people nowadays end up in court with all 3 of those charges and no original charge. What was the actual arrest for? Did you arrest? What's the crime? Okay, he resisted arrest. He obstructed and he assaulted you. What was the original? Oh no, we didn't develop enough. We didn't have anything strong enough for that. But the other 3 charges all still stick. The obstruction, the resisting, and the... If I'm a judge and I see someone being charged with any 1, 2, or 3 of those things and no original fucking charge, I'd be letting them go. If the only thing I'm appearing in court for is resisting arrest, and you're not charging me with whatever that original fucking arrest was, that's a farce. That's not even a real thing. That shouldn't stand. And yet Monday morning, in every court in Britain and probably Spain as well, you'll get that. All of the cases that go through court where someone was arrested after a few beers at the weekend, they will throw in a resisting, an obstruction, or an assaulting a police officer. Remember, folks, I'm the guy that resisted so well that I bruised the police officer's chest through his bulletproof vest with a punch that I never threw. I am that man. Bastards. You never get charged with murder if the body's absent. Not strictly true. It can happen, but it's really, really difficult. Yeah. But yeah, the number of people who, if you were in the court on a Monday morning, as a member of the public in the public gallery, whatever it's called, and you see these cases where people are being charged with obstruction or resisting or assaulting the police officer, but no original charge, no drunken disorderly, no driving while intoxicated. You'll see loads of them. The original charge disappears. The actual arrest didn't stand, but all of the sideline shit around it, Monday morning in court, is full of them. And it's a farce. And it should be looked into, it should be dealt with. And the judges have got to stop weighing a police officer's report more heavily than your report. A police officer shouldn't be anything special. He's not above you, he's not better than you. He's just another bloke. He's another civilian, basically. And yet judges, justices of the peace especially, middle class, middle-aged men and women, will just they'll just back the blue because it never happened to them. Back the blue till it happens to you. We all know it. Normal folk all know it. We all have a family member or we've all had that incident. But the middle classes, they're not out in a bar on a Saturday night or in a nightclub. They're sat at home drinking wine or whiskey in private. They don't bump into those coppers on a Friday night. They've never been thrown in the back of a Black Mariah and given a little pummeling in the back of the van. I had that after saving a policeman's life. Never again. The next time I see three guys kicking a copper's head in, I'll either just stand back and watch or I might fucking join in. I mean, why not? You get less trouble that way than saving the guy's life. Let me have a look back at, oh wow, it's dominated, it's just Chippy. Chippy's 8 out of the last 10 comments. Okay, Chippy says sorry about the aggro about Brexit, but you were wrong. I don't think so, but we won't rehash it here. 80s minus strike strange. Okay, I'm back. I know where I am. Give people a uniform and it brings out superiority complex in them. You don't even need the uniform. There was a famous experiment. It was in America. It wasn't the Hawthorne and Halo thing. What was it called? They divided the people into two groups, the jailers and the prisoners. And within 24 hours, the jailers started picking on and causing aggro and bullying the prisoners. They all knew it was a simulation. They all knew it wasn't for real. But as soon as they had that power, they started being cunts with them. Can't remember the name of the experiments now. Was it Isink, whatever he was called? It might have been him. No, it's not that. It had a name. It's famous in psychology circles, psychology and criminology circles. Somebody here will research it for me. If Jack Attack was here, I'd have the answer by now. Yeah, it doesn't even need the uniform. You just need to have that feeling that, yes, we're in charge now. And people will start to behave like they have power. HMP Manchester, they call it now. Do they really? Vitruvium is Ryan in Valencia. I didn't see his message. Oh, there he is. Oh, you were the give people a uniform one. Okay, yeah. You wanted to say necessary evil. Best is to say nothing so they can't use it against you. That's what any lawyer will tell you. And I've been pulled into a cop car and asked questions and just told them, sorry, I'm not qualified to answer that. And when they say, what do you mean? I say, well, my lawyer told me not to answer any of your questions, or my law professor told me not to answer questions. Chippy says, put handcuffs on me, I will fight. They do it now, like even if they stop you for a search under PACE, is it section 1 of PACE? Or now they like to throw in anti-terrorism, which is, if you're anywhere near a police station and recording, they'll grab you and claim anti-terrorism. Even though there are notes that have gone out, memoranda, plural, that have gone out to police telling them that they can't use anti-terrorism legislation just for recording, but they do all the time. And they will typically cuff you while they search you. They'll cuff you while you've got your backpack on and then try and take your backpack off. See how that works? It fucking doesn't. And then it just extends the time you're detained while they faff about undoing and redoing handcuffs. There's absolutely no reason to handcuff someone just while you search them. There's absolutely no reason to search most people. Stanford prison experiments. It's been a long time since I was in uni in the 90s, somewhere between 94 and 98 when I was learning this shit. Yeah. The kids that were assigned to be wardens turned into monsters within hours. They had to stop the experiment early, if I remember correctly, because it was getting out of hand. And they were just like selected at random. Imagine you've got 100 kids there. You 50, you're wardens. You 50, you're prisoners. And within hours, one group's beating the other fucking group up. Turned into monsters. As soon as they had power, or perceived power. It's the same as the one where the electric shock one, where the doctor tells you, you don't realize it, the other guy's faking it, the other guy's an actor. But the doctor's telling you, no, he got that question wrong, zap him more. And they take it, and he got it wrong, zap him and turn up the power so that the next zaps even more. And they push the needle into the fucking red, like a lethal dose of electric. Zap them, he got it wrong, he got the multiple choice question wrong, zap him. And people did. They just did as they were told. That's another famous one that I can't remember the name of, but same kind of fucking idea. People respect power, and if Jack Attack was here, you'd have dad jokes. This is true. Yeah, someone else came back with Stanford experiments again. Yeah, I'm just gonna. It's not jumping around today like it did the other day. That's good to know. I don't think it did this afternoon either when I did TrampCast proper. Oh, I think it just jumped back further than I thought just then, but they carried on till they thought they were dead. Yeah. That's it's the Nazi thing, isn't it? Just following orders. A man in charge said do it, so people just did it. They didn't know the guy was just acting, but and it was all staged. But yeah, that's interesting. Authority and just going back to the police. I really do believe we have a psychopath. I never get this right. The difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. I can read and read what the distinction supposedly is, but it doesn't make any. I see no difference in the definitions. Doesn't matter how many times I read the definition of what the difference is. They sound the same to me. Chippy's got to take care of his mum with a CPAP mask. See you soon. Hope she's okay, mate. Yeah, the difference between psychopathy and sociopathology. Made up words? um, I don't get the difference. I don't get the distinction. It doesn't. Maybe is that a sign of something? If I can read the definition of those two things and not see a difference, what does that say about me? Freud would probably have a fucking field day on me, wouldn't he? I don't actually know. That's interesting. It's interesting that it doesn't matter how many times I read those definitions, I can't. In fact, now I've got a tablet here. Just bear with me, folks. I'm going to ask whatever the Google AI thing's called. Let's just type. I can't show you it, but I'll difference between psychopath and sociopath. Here we go. While often used interchangeably, psychopath and sociopath describe distinct, though overlapping personality disorders. Psychopathy is characterized, with a Z, by a lack of empathy, remorse, and conscience, often coupled with manipulative and charming behavior. So, psychopath, lack of empathy, remorse, or conscience, manipulative, and often charming. Sociopathy, sounds like a made-up word, on the other hand, is not an official diagnosis, but generally refers to someone with antisocial personality disorder who may show a limited capacity for empathy and remorse, but can still form attachments and may be prone to emotional outbursts. So, sociopath, emotional outbursts, some limited capacity for empathy and remorse. Yeah, but lack of remorse for one and may show limited remorse and empathy for the other. That's too highly overlapping for me to see a real fucking distinction. And it goes on. There's a long list of that I won't bore you with, but that I might come back to myself later. Psychopaths show a profound inability to understand or share feelings of others. I've heard that. That's the one where if you show them a picture of someone who's petrified, they've got no idea what that. They can't read faces and feelings. They've got no clue. There was a killer who was given these tests, and he was shown someone in absolute terror, like from a horror movie or something. Do you recognize this emotion? No, but I see it on all my victims as I'm killing them. It's like, what the fuck? That's a psychopath. Sociopath may understand feelings and have some empathy in a limited way. Allegedly, from what we just read, folks. So you learned with me tonight, maybe, if you didn't know already. Okay, folks, 15 of you out there. Only 10 thumbs up so far. The record is 35, 36 or 37 possibly. Definitely 36. We may have hit 37 at the end of that show. Let's see whether we can do that. We're only 1 hour in. If I was to do 5 or 6 hours, and I am in a talkative mood, apparently, although I don't know that I've got topics to hand to talk about, but my tablet may help. My new tablet. For those of you that don't know, if you didn't watch either Friday nights or this afternoon's TrampCast, I now have a very new tablet. I had a tablet previously, very old, very slow, very laggy. I would click a button and wait 10 seconds for it to do anything. I used it when my phone was low on power and recharging. I would use the old tablet, and all I could do with it was set like a YouTube video going. Line up a film or a sci-fi story, that, you know, an hour's worth of something, and just set it going. Wait that 10 or 20 seconds for it to start. Wait another 30 seconds for the fucking pre-roll advert to get out of the way. Adverts on YouTube nowadays are getting worse and worse. There's a story. There's a topic. Very pushy. Used to be if you get one of those longer adverts, I would back out of whatever I'm in, hit the back button, go back to the screen and click to go back to the same video you were just in. Takes you back to where you were, and if you're lucky, it doesn't bother showing you the advert again because it's already showed you one. Nowadays, it'll show you a shorter one, but it still shows you another bloody advert. Hey babe. Hey babe. You awake? You are awake. Hello babe. Hello baby. Hello. You got a cuddle. Oh, you ticklish. You're ticklish. That's my girl. That's my girl. I got a cuddle from Tina every now and again. Even though I'm cuddling the arse end, her head's down by my feet. She was licking my ankle a little while ago. Quite nice, quite pleasant. I'll miss that when she's gone. But hopefully that's not for a few years yet. 2 or 3 years. Hey babe. Hopefully. I was saying earlier, folks, for those that haven't seen the recent updates, basically I haven't done any videos this week. I did a live stream on Friday night, and I did a proper TrampCast this afternoon, talking about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I'm gonna get caught up this week. We're gonna do TrampCast proper most afternoons this week. I need to catch up on 3 or 4, so that next Sunday we'll be talking about this week. I don't like talking about previous weeks because I'm reading my notes and I don't remember what they're talking. You know, it's Fred called around, and I'm like, Fred, who the fuck's Fred? What? If it's from a month ago, I don't remember shit. So I far prefer the TrampCast to be talking about the week that just happened. So I think 4 days this week I want to get caught up. Now again, my new tablet means I don't have to transcribe my notes from my phone to the writing pad in order to read them out to you. I can just move the file from the phone to the tablet and read them from the tablet. Now today it was jumping about a bit. The text editor I've got has a tendency to jump to the bottom. I may have to copy and paste into a like a word processor, or maybe a proper notes app. It looks like there's a half decent Samsung Notes app on here. I might give that a go. And if it stays in place and doesn't jump about to the bottom of the file, maybe I can just do that. That might also allow me to embed some links for related topics and help me go off on tangents with shit in front of me, which would be nice. It's also possible, folks, maybe I could install OBS on the more modern tablet, and maybe I can do something a little bit more capable, something with higher production values than I'm currently capable of with my current setup. Just using the YouTube app here is very limited, very limiting. Folks, there are 16 of you out there, and there's only 2 or 3 people in chat. Mainly Chipmunk and Scotty. Ryan in Valencia, and just a couple of others. Feel free to come and say hello. It doesn't matter. Maybe you're just dropping in and it's your first time seeing me. Maybe you've just seen this chat with a tramp kind of tagline. Mr. S, how you doing, sir? Just dropping in to say hi. That's most welcome, sir. Mr. Shirafja. That's probably really bad pronunciation. The S might not be connected to the rest of that name. I make this shit up as I go. Mr. S Giraffe, as we've joked in the past. Hello. You're most welcome to just dropping and say hi, even if you don't stay. But if you can stay, please do. The rest of you out there, the lurkers, if it's your first time here, maybe you've just seen the tagline, come and chat with a tramp. Please do. I am a tramp. I am a homeless guy. I am homeless, a hobo, a tramp, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum, someone who lives rough or lives on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. I am lucky nowadays. I am in a tent in a field. We did have a guy drop in the other night who couldn't believe I was actually homeless. He didn't believe it. We had a guy the week before who declared that when I was outside and showing a picture of the tent in the field, he declared it was all AI and that I'm not real and the tent's not real, and he's been to this field and there's nobody here. Which is hilarious, because the other half dozen people in this in the live streams, in the chat, there are people here who have been here. Super enriched Oscar, I believe. Hello, sir. You're an hour late. You're in trouble. I'm going to dock your pay. Your time card has been stamped and you are missing an hour. You must stay late to catch up. An interesting and intelligent hobo. I would like to think so, but I wouldn't. AI tent, yeah. The guy literally declared that it was all AI. He's been to this field and there's nobody here. And yeah, and it's all just done with AI. Let me think of the people who are regularly in chat. They may or may not be here now. Karen and family. Josie and Peter have been here. Anthony sometimes is in chat. Anthony and Tom occasionally. There are multiple Toms, but one of the Toms has been here. Karen is here, look, saying hello. I'm just listing people that have been here in the field and that can prove that I'm not AI and the tent isn't AI, like that guy alleged last week. Sean, who was in here on Friday night, Sean's been. David Schofield has been. Only the once. David Schofield's been though. Oh, who else? There's lots. I've had lots of people who are just around here who come and visit and bring me a bag of food every now and again. The lady down the road that gives me 20 euros every now and again, every 2 or 3 months. But there are half a dozen people who may or may not be in chat who've literally been here. So to have a guy telling me it's all AI and he's been to this field and there's nothing here. My friend Mark, who's been here, he's been in chat once or twice, sent me a video. Did he send it this morning or last night? It's a video of the view of this field from the bus as the bus pulls into the bus stop at the top of the field, and you can see the tent in the distance. Small, but it's there. Oh, Google Earth and Google Maps, when you switch to like Street View, I'm here. It's not this tent. It might not even be the last tent. It might be the tent before. But I'm visible on fucking Google Earth and Google Maps, Google Street View. I'm here. So I did swear at him loudly. I banned him in the end for being a troll. I swore loudly and not banned, but I sent him to the Phantom Zone. He can keep posting. He thinks he's posting and he thinks people are seeing it. Nobody sees it, only he sees it. AI. What the fuck? I'm a Yorkshireman. If he'd said E-I-E-I-O, I might have been fucking better. But AI, get the fuck. We're all AI in the Matrix. This is a possibility. I was discussing this on a website, well, on a YouTube channel. Somebody was talking, they weren't talking about prayer, but they were talking about positive thought having an effect on the universe. And I kind of declared that if that was true, that would mean that we were in a simulation with a positive feedback loop. That would make it almost certain that it was a simulation and not real. As far as I'm aware, people have tried to do studies to see whether like prayer or positive thought has an impact on the universe. And the results are mixed and generally come back maybe slightly yes, maybe slightly no, or just indeterminate. So it's hocus pocus, isn't it? It's not to piss on anyone's parade who is religious. If you're religious, I'm all for you. You do you. It's not my thing. If someone tells me God be with you or God bless you or similar, I take that in the spirit it's intended as a positive and welcome gesture of friendship, camaraderie, well wishes. I don't contradict them and say, hey, your religion's bullshit. I mean, I'm not that guy. It's religion isn't for me personally, but I accept the well wishes in the spirit they're intended. And more power to you. And I hope you're right. I hope you've picked right and you are the right religion. You're the one that got it right. I don't know what that means for all the other religions. Did they get it wrong? Do they all go downstairs? I know the three Abrahamic, is that the right word? Religions all share the same God, even if they espouse it in different ways and live it in different ways. Does that mean that if one of them's right and the other's wrong, do they go downstairs? I don't know, folks. We're off into what is that called? It's not epistemology, is it? That's the wrong word entirely. What's that? No. It's philosophy by another name, and I don't know what the other name is. It's not my field, folks. It's not my field. I did read the Bible once. I mean, I read the whole... I don't just mean I read it once for like half an hour. I mean, I read it. Because you got to know your enemy. I don't mean enemy. I just mean like in a debating kind of sense. You got to know the general themes, and you got to better throw out a comment like more prawns, Vicar, and know what you're talking about and know why that's and know why that's so controversial. What's that section called? Leviticus, isn't it, with all the rules, the laws? Leviticus. I'm sure Leviticus talks about screwing your dog. When they're talking about homosexuality, if a man lay with another man, so they use lay with as a contrivance for sex. If a man lay with another man, but they also say if a man lay with a dog, he's unclean for 7 days. Is that the same lay with? Are we using the same contrivance? Does that mean you can shag your dog and you're only unclean for 7 days and then you're back to normal and your wife should... I don't know, I didn't write the thing. It's there in Leviticus. If a man shall lay with another man, they should both be executed, kind of thing, is what it ends up saying. Although I did read a Bible once, a different version, that just said you're unclean for some time, and different variation, translation, different time and space, I don't know. But if you're going to use man lays with a man, so lays with is a synonym for shags, and then you're going to say if a man lays with dogs, he's unclean for 7 days. You're using the same phraseology. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Maybe that's just me. I'm stirring it now. Put the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to... That tent weighs 18 kilograms. Definitely not AI, says Karen. That's right. You're the one that carried it. The Planck length is the universe's pixel. But is it fixed or has it varied over time? Remember, nothing within the universe can travel faster than the speed of light, but the universe itself can, and did. The universe expanded faster than the speed of light. If the universe is only, let's say 14 billion, it's 13 point whatever, but if the universe is 14 billion years old, then from when it went to, it should be 28 billion light years across, yeah? No, it's a lot bigger. It's a lot bigger. The universe traveled faster than the speed of light. How? When? Why? And when doesn't even apply, because time is a measure, that's a thing within the universe. So it doesn't apply to the thing outside that the universe is expanding into, or whatever. I still say that a lot of these, if you look at what they call brain theory, where brain isn't, not that brain, like membrane. The latest hypothesis that I heard was that 2 membranes touched and that sparked the universe into life. Don't that sound like a switch? The 2 parts of a switch touched and the computer turned on. And everything, woof, powered up. Did you hear that? Tina's not going to like that. That's my tennis racket fly swatter doing its thing. Something just flew into it. But yeah, brain theory to me sounds like someone flicked a switch and turned the computer on. Maybe we had to wait for post. The computer had to pass post, the power on self-test, as it used to be known. It's okay, babe. You're okay. No, you don't have to breathe. No, don't panic. No strange breathing. Relax. It's a good thing. No mosquito bites in the night, or a lot fewer, anyway. Speed of light is the clock speed of within the universe, but not of the universe. The universe can travel faster. Inflation theory, yeah. But what caused it to inflate? Then you're going to go with dark matter and dark energy, which hasn't been found or proven or outside the space-time continuum. Brain theory. Did you mention that before I did? Probably. That was the sound of the 2 brains touching, creating another universe. Could well be. UK Richie, hello my friend. Hello. Yeah, that was the sound of the two membranes touching and a whole new universe sparking into existence. Oh, lots of messages flew by, or did it jump backwards? What's a big one? There's a big one from Ryan in Valencia. When you it jumped. Where did it go? Oh, I think it's jumped backwards. Has it jumped backwards or forwards? I'm seeing messages that I didn't see. There was Ryan or Oscar arriving. Okay, interesting and intelligent. Oh, it's jumped backwards. Mr. S with a question mark. I don't know what that was. We're all AI in the Matrix, yeah. Wait, okay, I'm coming forwards. Planck constant. We're in the Matrix. The fact there is a highway to hell and a stairway to heaven gives an estimate of the expected traffic numbers. Could be. Could be. Okay, I'm seeing some messages I didn't see first time around. Outside the space-time brain theory, yeah. That was the sound of two brains touching. It was. Okay, now, here we go. Here's Ryan in Valencia. If it doesn't... Fucking thing jumped on me again. Bastard thing. Okay, it didn't jump far. When you die or near-death experiences, people report timelessness. Another dimension where you can imagine someone and they appear like another fourth step we can't contemplate. Fourth step. Think of our brains. Let me do that again. Near-death experience is an interesting one. Some hospitals tried to test for like out-of-body experiences and stuff. Near-death could be just your brain sparking at random and bringing up casual memories. It could be like dreams where... Have you ever had one of those ones where you take charge of your dream? They have a word for it. I had a couple of particularly erotic ones where I took charge. Sometimes something weird happens in your dream and you tell yourself that's not fucking possible. And you know then that you must be dreaming. If something impossible happens, you must be dreaming because that can't happen. And then you can tell yourself it's a dream, and then you can say, well, what if all the clothes fall off? And away you go, guys. You know, away you are. Lots of fun to be had with those lucid dreams. Thank you, Chippy. That is indeed the word. Yeah. It's been a while. It's been a long time since I don't really dream so much at the minute. I guess since being homeless, I wake up a lot in the night. I don't sleep. It's rare that I sleep solidly enough for dreams. I generally wake up like every hour or so, which is a marker for future medical issues. Parkinson's and Alzheimer's are both believed to have impure or interrupted sleep over an extended period as a causal factor, as I understand it. There's probably other things as well, but that both mention that. And I'm a guy living in a field. Every time a car goes by here or a heavy truck on the main road, there's no solid wall shielding me from noise. I hear everything, and it doesn't take much to wake me up. So that means dreams don't really happen to, as far as I know, I don't remember dreaming recently. I've certainly not had any notable erotic dreams or lucid dreams where I've taken charge. Hasn't happened in forever. Nice when they happen though, eh? Can I make all her clothes fall off? What would that look like? Couple of you got there with lucid dreams, roughly the same time as far as I can see. Dark energy is a workaround. Hold on. Dark whatever is a workaround for us not being able to explain where the missing 87% of the universe is, whatever the current missing energy or matter or whatever. Some of it will turn out will be what do they call them? Rogue planets that aren't orbiting stars. They've been thrown out of their orbits. There's probably a lot more of that than we realize. But yeah, a lot of the theories don't. The math don't math, as the Americans would say. The maths don't add up, so we invent something and run with that hypothesis as if it's a thing, and then we start looking for dark matter, which by definition, we can't find. So we look for it anyway just to make the maths work. And dark energy similarly. Because galaxies spin faster than we can understand and are moving apart faster than we can explain. And the maths don't math. The maths don't add up, folks. What's it called? What's the other one is trying to work out the rate at which the universe is expanding. It's supposedly they keep coming up with different figures. So many kilometers per parsec per second, or per minute, or per year, whatever numbers, whatever units they want. But everything's expanding at a rate that they can't. They work it out in 3 different ways and get 3 very, very different numbers. There's no congruence in these different methods. That's the what do you call it? There's something in cosmology. The not chaos in cosmology. It's like uncertainty. It's the doubt. It's crisis in cosmology. Dr. Becky, you should all follow Dr. Becky, Anton Petrov, Sabine Hossenfelder, German lady. Very nice lady. Sorry, Sabina, for getting your name wrong. You'll never hear this. You'll never know that this conversation ever happened. But those are my... Did I name 3 or 4? Another one, Kyle Hill. He's more physics and nuclear. I haven't really seen anything for a while from him. Kyle Hill, Sabina Hossenfelder, Dr. Becky, and Anton Petrov. They're my educators when it comes to all things science, I think. Oh, there's a doctor. I do medical stuff as well. I watch medical stuff. Dr. Ben Miles, maybe? And what's the Asian bloke called? English of Indian or Pakistani descent, Southeast Asian descent. I have no idea what his name is. He does a lot of shorts, and they're quite educational, quite good. Those are my science picks for today, folks. Who are yours? When it comes to science, who do we watch? Dr. Becky always promotes her book. Maybe. Sabina always promotes... Oh, what's the website? The YouTube channel and website for learning new skills and well, science and things. Oh man, you know when you watch someone's videos so often that you get bored by their adverts, and so you turn off when that comes on, and then you're so bored by the adverts you can't even remember the name of what the outfit is that she promotes. Oh, I don't know. But Anton Petrov and these wonderful people. Hello, wonderful person, he'll always say at the beginning. Nice bloke. Where are we, folks? Is anybody talking to me? Oh, is that an L? Hossenfelder. Sabina Hossenfelder. Something tells me we're missing something fairly significant when it comes to cosmology, says UK Richie. I think so. We're missing 87% of the universe. The last I heard, I think it was 87, it might be 83. Somewhere in there anyway, 85 plus or minus a percent or 2. We're missing a lot. And I'm not sure that our placeholder or placeholders of dark matter and dark energy, I think it's okay, darling, it's okay, I've got you, it's okay. I think those are causing a stagnation in thinking for alternate ideas. I think that they're leading us down a path that doesn't go anywhere. It's a dead end, a cul-de-sac. Doesn't seem to match. The discovery of gravity waves a few years ago, I'll say a few years ago, you'll probably look it up and it'll be 20 years because that's how time seems to work with me nowadays. But the discovery of gravity waves was a significant step forward in finding stuff out. But again, hasn't led to the places that we maybe thought it was going to lead. So many areas in science and technology are pointing in directions, and we were hoping that 10 or 20 years down the line, these would deliver like groundbreaking, earth-shattering new discoveries and new developments and new devices, and so much of it isn't doing it. It isn't working. We seem to be hitting a hurdle where multiple hurdles where development is kind of stagnating. And it seems to be like across the board. It seems to be everything everywhere. When was the last big leap in technology with computers? Do you remember in the 80s and the 90s when you read a computer magazine and, oh my God, it's a 486SX. Oh, it's a 486DX. Oh, it's a Pentium. What's happened lately? It's an 8-bit computer. No, it's a 16-bit computer. 32-bit. Where are we? What's... Once we got to the point where you could download and play music, then the next big hurdle is going to be to download and play video. And then... what? What came next? Where did we go? What have we done? Does anybody bother with 8K? 4K and 8K. I've never touched any of it. I watch YouTube on 144p. Not 1440. 144. Even on this 9-inch tablet. 144p is fine, thank you very much. I don't know where technology's gone. What have we done? What's the next big... AI is something. But it all just seems like a step change. It doesn't seem the big leap. Maybe that's just... am I just being cynical? Am I old and cynical? That's possible. I got an itchy nose. Not in a Nick Rocator style. I don't know, folks. What are you saying? If we haven't found it, you need a bigger detector. Here we go. Large Hadron Collider. Now they want to build a bigger one. But to do what? We found the Higgs boson. Has anybody offered you a bucket of them? If you could get a bucket of Higgs bosons, what are you going to do with them? What are they for? What can we do? Where's the anti-gravity that we were looking for? Where are all the mirror particles, the antimatter particles? Where are they all? A few years ago, people were joining photons together to make new kind of particles. Where's that gone? Can I take two photons that have been formed into a particle and join them with hydrogen and make something? Where does, why does, when does? Where are we with that? Where'd it go? Did it go anywhere? If you join enough photons, do you make an electron or a quark? Or is that a fundamental? Are they a building block to something? I know that certain reactions will just spit out photons out of fucking nowhere. Like there was nothing there. There was energy. The shells of electrons, if you put them under ultraviolet, certain elements, the electron shells get a wider orbit. And then when they lose it, they give off photons out of fucking nowhere. There were no photons in there. But if something releases energy, a photon is like the fundamental element of energy, allegedly. Which leads me, if E equals mc squared, if weight and matter and mass are energy, then it should all break down to light at some point, maybe, possibly. I don't know where that science went. We had these stepping stones or these fundamental breakthroughs, supposedly, and then all quiet on the Western Front. I don't know where that research went, if it went anywhere. And I find that frustrating. I'm waiting for the next big thing. And I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it in computing. I'm not seeing it in physics. I'm not seeing it in materials science and chemistry, whatever you want to call that. I'm not. Where did graphene go? And the other single layer atom, they've done it with a few different materials now. Where is it? What's it doing? Where are my buckyballs and my carbon nanotubes? What are they doing? Where's my fucking space elevator? I'm waiting. Where are we? We seem, or it feels to me at least, that we've come to a grinding halt everywhere. What do they call them in the three-body problem? The trisolariums, or whatever they're called. Messing about with our science so that we can't make new discoveries. Am I alone here? Does anybody else think that we're being messed with? Everything's come to a fucking grinding halt. Always build a bigger detector. You need a bigger detector. UK Richie says, I never begrudge academics promoting their books. It's not like academia is overpaid. PBS Space Time. PBS, Public Broadcasting Service, like the American, I don't know, cheapo version of our BBC. On the subject of science YouTubers, Physics Girl is out of bed. Okay. Fermilab. That's the okay, Fermilab. Is that's like the tokamak, that's or is that a particle accelerator, or is that a fusion? I lose track. I don't know what's what anymore. I'm out. That is down the side of your bed. Just like that, 2 more universes are created. Was that the Crackle, Snap Crackle Pop with the... No health change for Tina, Mr. S. No. I still, even though the vet found a spinal problem, a slipped disc is the best I can come up with. She was talking about hernias, but she wasn't talking about like the stomach or whatever. And then she said something about a spine deformation or something. So a herniated disc is my interpretation of what she was saying. And she gave us something to reduce swelling and something for pain killing. It's been 9 or 10 days now, 8 or 9 days. And no, I was hoping that, you know, on day 3 or 4, Tina would jump up and start, you know, walking around or running around. I'm still carrying her and carrying her back end, and she's not even trying to walk. I still think the fact that tickle spot isn't just one spot. You can tickle her neck now and the legs go. I still think that there's a neurological element. Even if the police kicking her had knackered her back, I don't think that's the be all and end all. I don't think that's the only thing wrong with my girl. And the vet, I said this earlier in TrampCast proper. The vet was like hinting at if there's no improvement in 30 days, we might have to look at difficult decisions. I'm not. She does not give any sign of pain or discomfort other than not using her legs. There's no whimpering. When I had a friend come around yesterday, Tina positively, I'll say ran, but you understand bum shuffle, but she bum shuffled as fast as she could. If she was in pain, she would be a lot slower and a lot more deliberate and precise about her movements. She was trying to run to my altar. It's the guy I used to live with when we shared an apartment for 4 years. I wasn't friends with him for a while, but I guess we're on the road to recovery with that now. But like when Karen comes around, Tina will bum shuffle as fast as she can. If she was in pain, she'd stay here and wait for them to come to her. That's not what happens. So I will carry her around, even if I have to pick her up and carry her. It's looking like we're going to have to revert to the wheels. The plan was to buy wheels. The grand unified theory happens 3 months after we achieve fusion power. Limitless power, big computer, what do you want to call them? Networks, server labs, yeah. Limitless power, limitless computing power, AI, and the singularity. If we're all still waiting for the singularity, is Ray Kurzweil still around? I think he's still with us, is he? Kurzweil. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but he's a proponent of the singularity, isn't he? Yeah, we need AGI, don't we? Artificial General Intelligence. Once the computers can start programming the computers, things could take a leap in a literal. You hear that? Mistiming fucking motorbike engine. AI is useless, says Chippy. I think I said something similar, was it Friday night, that AI isn't intelligent yet. It's mission specific. There's a central, like when you ask Grok or whatever the Google one's called, you ask it something and there's an AI that decides which AI system to hand off to, like it's a set of different plugins, but there's no artificial general intelligence. If you try and take it off its topic, if you ask the picture generating AI to play chess, it'd have no fucking idea. Everything's compartmentalized and giving an appearance of being clever because it's just handing off to different large language models, systems, plugins, whatever you want to call them. And what's with this, when it just dreams up random shit? Like there have been court cases where some lawyer asks AI to draft the brief and it invents, they call it hallucinating, don't they? It hallucinates cases that don't fucking exist. It just goes off storytelling in the middle of what's supposed to be a legal brief. And these lawyers get disbarred, or whatever the word is, defrocked, whatever. I think it's disbarred. Why is the AI hallucinating? Why is it making shit up? Has that deliberately been put in there so people don't use it for anything serious? Or is it just a ghost in the fucking machine? I don't know. And I'm far behind with chat. Let me see if I can't get caught up. I was about to say catched, but I catched myself getting it wrong. UK Richie again. Things seem fairly steady in the realm of computers, but that isn't true. I run AI models on my PC and can talk about things with an intelligent sounding machine. It feels like a major advance. I had such a lovely conversation with Grok today. Grok created a summary of me and of my recent rants, would you say? Grok decided that I've been ranting about police overreach and that I'm fully on board with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce as Holmes and Watson. And then Grok said, and you're entirely right, Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce are the embodiment of Holmes and Watson. So I had a nice, experience, a nice little conversation with Grok. Enjoyable. I don't for a minute believe he's real. You know what I mean? He's not. If I ask him in a year's time, does he remember me? He won't have a fucking clue the conversation ever happened. Crypto and digital assets will continue to grow, says Ryan. I'm not sure, mate. What were they called? The pictures of monkeys with one eye closed and the other eye closed. Non-fungible, but NFCs. Non-fungible something or others. What a crock of shit that all was. The idea that people were going to spend millions to own a GIF when they can just fucking copy one. Yeah, but I've got like the original. Mine's the original. I've got the non-fungible token? NFTs, not NFCs. NFC is near field communication, isn't it? That's your wireless phone. That's the little coil in a card or in a... That's not that. NFT. Non-fungible token. I get there in the end, folks. One of you guys is going to have added that at the end, and when I get there, I'll be asking, did you type that before I said it? I'm still up here on AI is huge, and I think crypto and digital assets will continue to grow. I think digital currency is done. There's only one winner. I think that's game over. I don't see anything overtaking Bitcoin. You might get one or two others that coexist alongside. I don't think that'll stay that way for too long. Bitcoin wins. Satoshi Nakamoto, or whatever he was fucking called, the mystery that he is, will reveal himself one day and will have trillions in the bank because he kept 90% of it for himself. I think that's job done. Whether the others, I can't remember, Ethereum and Dogecoin, whatever you want to call it, they might continue to coexist for a few years. I just don't think... I don't think you can overtake first mover advantage on this one. In the same way that Amazon had first mover advantage in being an online store, and in the same way that Google had first mover advantage in being a search engine that crawled the web. Biggest and best because they were the first. It's difficult to overcome that, isn't it? I'm not sure there are many examples where earlier things, I guess maybe what, like Friendster or GeoPages or I guess some of those were overtaken by Facebook. Maybe that's an example. Skype, I guess, had first mover advantage when it came to online telecommunications, actually interacting with proper phone lines. Are there any messengers now that do that, or do we all just not bother with interacting with POTS, the plain old telephone system? Doesn't matter anymore because nobody uses actual fucking phone calls. When was the last time you took an actual real phone call or made one? I don't think I ever have. Not since 1975 or whatever. Actual real physical phone call. Don't use my phone as a phone. I'm not sure, folks. I've gone off on tangents from tangents. I don't know where I am. We were talking about digital assets and crypto. Yeah, I have my views. I'm not sure on that one. UK Richie thinks basic physics research is underfunded. So-called blue sky research. Yeah, I think we only research things now where we think there's a profit at the end of it, where we already have an idea where it's going, what we want to discover. Like when lasers were discovered, nobody knew what they were going to do with them. It was like fucking blue sky research. It was out there. Nobody knew what it was for or what it would do. And then it takes 20 or 30 years for the applications to come along. Eye surgery, CDs and DVDs, pointers for presentations. I don't know, what else do we use lasers for, guys? We use lasers to try and ignite the little bit of diamond or whatever we're going to set on fire when we want to start nuclear reactions in a tokamak, I think. Something like that anyway. That ignition point and stuff. So there's the use for lasers. If you can get 150 lasers to all point at this one little spot where you've got a little bit of carbon or diamond or whatever it is that you're, charcoal maybe, or graphite. I don't know what we're setting on fire to start this shit. I don't know it all. But I know that some of these research centres that are trying to do nuclear fusion, that's how they're powering it up. Hundreds of lasers shining on the same fucking micrometer. Micrometer? How do you pronounce that one? I'm going to go with micro, because micrometer is a measuring device. Milli, micro, gig, no, not giga, pica? Fuck knows. You tell me. We had the conversation a couple of weeks ago about the ISO prefixes for these, kilo, mega, giga, peta. Can't remember it. I might have skipped one. Tera, peta, pica. No, that might be small. I don't fucking know. I don't remember the ISO fucking prefixes for these 1,000-fold increases. I want a space elevator. We were promised so much. Yeah. The moment they discovered fucking nanotube, carbon buckyballs, Buckminster fullerenes, and then they discovered that you could leave the end open and form a tube. Carbon nanotubes and nanofibers. The space elevator was go. And it never happened. Why did it never happen? Where's my fucking space elevator? Now, the first time that it unhooks from whatever it's hooked onto at the other end, the first time it snaps and the whole fucking cable comes whipping down to earth, I don't want to be on that line under it. That's going to be a dangerous place to be. I don't know what we do to stop that. But how many orders of magnitude are we off? How much do we have to reduce? Because it's basically the idea is that a fibre would break under its own weight. Steel's far too heavy, its own weight for its strength, so that won't work. And it's that weight to strength ratio. Are nanotubes in the right ballpark and we just can't make them long enough? Is that the issue? Do we just have to make them longer and longer and longer, or is it a weaving issue? Do we have to, because at the minute we only get them yay big, and you can't weave yay big, so do we need to make them a metre long and then learn how to weave them, or do we need to make them kilometres long? Or does it need to be one long fibre 250 miles long? I'm not sure where we are. I don't know what's needed. Where's the hurdle? What's the sticking point? Where's my fucking space elevator? So yeah, I agree with UK Richie on that one. Fermilab's a particle accelerator, also a science YouTube channel. Okay. What's the one called that's researching nuclear fusion? I can't remember. I know there's a few around the world, but America has their big one. They're I don't know. PBS Spacetime is also a YouTube channel. Okay, maybe I'll look at that. I'll look that one up. Oh, it jumped. Josie says hello all, and she said that at, I can't find, yeah, the glasses. Didn't I have them here at the beginning? Did I not? I thought I used them at the start. What have I done with the other glasses so that I can read shit? Let's see whether I can up the brightness and read names and things properly. What does that do? Can I read the time? Just now, she says. She only just got here. CERN's the particle accelerator in in and around Switzerland. I don't know if it's entirely contained in there. The Central European Nuclear Research, maybe. Letters in the different order because different languages. Attach them to sharks. Okay. Freaking lasers are still awesome. I use them to play my CDs. CDs and DVDs. Eye surgery. Other robotic surgery uses lasers as well. Some heart surgery and stuff. There's microsurgery. Joining nerves together. What do they use for that? Because that's quite fine work. I'm not... Like that never used to... When I was a kid, that was a fantasy. That you could repair nerves and join nerves back together. They do that now. Don't know. The spine is the main one that they can't really do anything with still. Where are we with that? Solving paraplegia? Is that a word? Paraplegicness? I'm going to go with paraplegia. Made up word, possibly. Neologism alert. I've just invented new words. Maybe. It might actually be a word. I might just have been guessing correctly. You can't buy a copper phone line anymore in the UK. Don't they do copper all the way to the... No. It was fibre all the way to the box, and then the last run used to be copper from the green box in the street to your house. So it used to be copper for that last leg. It might be fibre all the way to the house now. I don't know. I'm not in the UK anymore, am I, folks? I haven't been there for a while. When quantum computing really starts, all cryptocurrencies will be done, maybe? Will be done. When you can solve maths, so most crypto mining is a mathematical challenge. It's like find a prime number that ends in, that ends in 1 or whatever. There's multiple hurdles, and quantum computing solves all things. It's like you borrow from another universe. It's like you're borrowing another universe's computing power at the same time. For certain types of problem, anyway. Not all problems, but maybe, and maybe that's part of the singularity as well. When all maths is instantly doable, when it all just unfolds and unfurls before your very eyes. I don't know. Satoshi is dead. How funny was Satoshi? I haven't heard that he's actually been unmasked. There's lots of things, because they did find a bloke actually called Satoshi, and he claims he's not him. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know that he's actually been unmasked. Doge is a meme coin. Probably. What's Matey Boy called? One of them two brothers that rip everyone off for millions, and the guy that's in the lawsuit with, what's the other guy called? Oh, come on, you fucking muppet. Two people in a lawsuit and you can't remember either of their names. The two brothers, one became a boxer and one became a wrestler. Jake Paul? Or is one called Jake and one called Paul? I can't fucking remember. And the other guy, the investigative reporter, journalist type fella that uncovers all the scandals to do with coins. I got a picture of him right in front of my head. Top of mind, I've got him, and his name is not going to fucking come tonight at all, is it? No, it's not going to come. Let me go at the bottom and check, because someone's probably... The last run is now fibre as well, okay. I believe they use duct tape to fix nerve damage. Duct tape fix anything. This is true. Nobody's... Come on, investigative reporter who's being sued by Jake Paul. Is it Jake Paul? Is that the right? CoffeeZilla. Fucking hell, thank you. I could not get there. Yeah, he's suing CoffeeZilla for defamation, for pointing out that the guy's a fucking money-grubbing huckster who has ripped off everybody who's got involved with any of his businesses. Can I say that without getting sued? You're going to sue a tramp in a fucking field, bring it. I'm this far from declaring bankruptcy as it is. Why could I not remember CoffeeZilla? He's fantastic. I had a picture of him with his shaved sides of his head and his little hair on top. I had a picture of him in my head and I just could not get the fucking name out there. That's weird. For someone who... People tell me I'm intelligent, and then the neurons just don't fire. I just don't get there, folks. It's so fucking annoying to me because I used to have an impeccable memory. I'm not going to claim, like, what's the word? Photographic memory was the old term we used for it. What do they call it now? I don't have that. I don't remember everything everywhere all the time. I just had a very good memory. And now, never great with names and faces. Always bad. Always have been bad at remembering new people's names and faces. So the first 5 or 6 times I meet you, I won't remember. You guys that tell me your real names when you've got strange handles on here and I don't, I might have to ask you 5 or 6 times what your name is before it starts to click. Like Ryan there, Vertrusium. Wait, it's okay, babe. It's just a dead fly. It's okay. I know you don't understand. I know you don't understand and you're frightened, but relax, it's okay. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. You're not going to lay down, are you? It's okay, babe. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. I managed to say it without doxing myself this time. Those of you that do know my name, you cannot type it in a comment. Your comment will disappear into the phantom zone. If you saw the Scottish couple in Spain interview, I literally said, my real name's this, but online it's that. And he just left it all in. And then published in the fucking comments my real name. No point making a big do of it. Would have just pointed more people at the post. Cheers, folks. We're 2 hours in. 2 hours and 1 minute. Can. They will start going down quicker. They'll start going down quicker now. You heard that? What, me opening the can or it's the fly zapper there, the tennis racket. You can wave it around. Well, you can waft it around and get them if you've got a crowd of flies, or you can stand it up on its base and just wait for it to catch them. And I've got a really long cable now, USB-A to USB-C. It's USB-C powered, but it won't work with USB-C to USB-C. It needs to be USB-A to C. And I just happen to have received a 3 meter long cable recently. That's just the ticket. Don't look at all the mess on the floor. The mess on the floor is from people bringing me bags of food. I've got 6 or 7 separate bags and I've eaten half of each bag and everything else is just waiting to be finalised, waiting to be finished. You're okay, babe. She's panting. She's stressed. You're okay. I know you don't understand the snap crackle pop. You think it's fireworks. It's not. It's okay. It's a good thing. It means no mosquito bites in the night, or a lot fewer mosquito bites. It was the tennis racket of universe creation. Yeah. Oh, I did hear that, the interview with Barry. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm up to date. Nobody told me the name of the US's main research thing for nuclear fusion. I know that America's got a main one, and Europe has a main one, possibly in France. That DARPA. No, I don't think that's what I had in mind. Oh, did you just eat a fly? Did you catch one? Well done you. Well done you. You saved Daddy from getting bitten in the night. DARPA. I'll be honest, I had Fermilab in mind, but maybe not. And I know Europe's got one as well. The Europe one isn't intended to be it's not intended to build a power station. It's intended to be a stepping stone to researching all of the different ideas around fusion, such that you can then go off and build what should become a power station. So they're trying to reach, what are the different stages? They call one ignition, which is where you ignite and you get a running process for, let's say, 10 seconds or 30 seconds. That will always take more energy to do than it will give out. But then there's another level where they're looking for would you call it parity? where you're looking to generate, to keep the reaction going, say for 30 seconds or 60 seconds, and thus create as much energy as it took in to ignite and to keep going. And I know there are various systems being investigated, the main one being tokamaks, which are donut shaped with a lot of electromagnetic stuff going on around them, because you don't want the plasma touching the metal inside. It has to be repelled and never touch the metal, otherwise it's just going to burn a hole in it. When you're as hot as the surface of the sun, there's no metal on Earth that's going to withstand that. So you have to keep it a few inches away, and you do that by repelling it with magnets. I don't know whether the magnet's on the inside or the outside, but probably the outside, probably big electromagnets wrapped all the way around. It's been a long time since I watched anything about them. Whoa, that was a good one. Just as I was looking at it, firework display, but Tina's not going to be happy. But again, it's 20 years away still, isn't it? ITER, that's ITER in France. NIF, what does that stand for? National something something. It's 20 years away, guys. It's always been 20 years away. 40 years ago it was 20 years away. Right now it's still 20 years away. Like someone said earlier, once we get it, it could be the beginning. Once you've got safe, free, or almost free energy. We thought this with nuclear in the 50s, didn't we? We thought we had a safe and free and inexhaustible supply of energy. That didn't work out. But if this does, because if it goes wrong, if you get a runaway reaction, it automatically puts itself out. As soon as it's burnt through that metal and exposed to the air, the reaction stops, it goes to shit. It'll do damage in the local vicinity, you know, you wouldn't want to be standing there. But, you know what I mean, 10,000 million degrees or whatever it is, surface of the sun type shit. But it'll just fizzle out in its own locale. It's not a massive radiation, it's not Chernobyl. It's not going to irradiate half the planet. It'll be unpleasant for anyone in the immediate vicinity. But not earth-shattering. So assuming it works and runs for 20, 30, 50 years unhindered, essentially free electricity. And massive amounts of it. And like we were saying before, you feed that into, you've got computers that are powered for free. You just, what society and factories and mankind can do with a free, unlimited energy source. It could well be the beginning of the singularity that some of us are kind of waiting for. For better or for worse, for good or for bad, we don't fucking know. We could fuck it up, and the singularity, if it happens, could be the end of mankind. All benefits will go to the top 1%, says Mr. S. Maybe. There's always that danger. I don't know what the solution to that borders on communism, doesn't it? What do you do to avoid the people who own the means of production? What do you do to stop the people who have the means of production taking all the wealth? I don't know. It's always been that way. Well, not always, but since what? Since Industrial Revolution, maybe before. I'm going to say this the 15th or 16th century. It's always been that way. Was it that way before then? It kind of went to autocrats, didn't it? It went to kings and queens before that, or landowners that the... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you stop a disproportionate amount going to the top 1%. You'll never stop them taking... Well, I don't think you'll ever stop them taking a disproportionate amount. Can you stop it all going to them? Universal basic income, maybe? Borders on communism again, or certainly socialism. Is that a bad thing? It's kind of a market regulation issue, but but writ large, like on a grand scale. I don't know. I haven't got all the answers, folks. I'm just a tramp in a field. Free beer tomorrow. Free beer would be nice. Who's getting free beer and how? All benefits will go to the top 1%. I think I'm up to date, am I? Tokamaks and Stellarators are very promising. We'll have free power in 20-ish years. Yeah, always 20 years. I didn't get a definition of NIF in the US. National, what would IF be? National something fusion? Don't know. NIF doesn't ring any bells with me, but it wasn't DARPA that I was thinking of, but I don't know whether they would be involved in that or not. I was wondering, do you have a mail address, says Mr. S. We were discussing earlier in TrampCast proper. No, I am like the man in the big blue tent opposite the gas station on that road. But there is a service called InPost, which I think is worldwide. INPOST. They have a set of drawers, a set of cabinets. What's the word I'm looking for, guys? Where postal things can be sent and dropped off, and if you were to wanting to send stuff, we could liaise, and so you would send the package. I think you would need my phone number, and then I would be sent a QR code, phone number or email address. I would be sent a QR code, and then I could go and retrieve things from those post boxes, from those mailboxes, cabinets, whatever you want to call them. It means you don't just send things via your normal mail route. You would have to find an InPost or InPost outfit, office, or set of boxes near you, and you would have to deposit things in the InPost thing there, telling them the destination address here. So that can be done. Hey, Tina. Hey. I think we haven't tried it yet. We haven't done it yet. I have received some things like I've bought things from Amazon or Temu, and the other one, AliExpress. I've bought things like from China and given them the address of the man in the big blue tent in the field opposite the Repsol garage at Cala de la Thora, Vixen's Cove, basically. And I've had some success with that, but on the flip side, other people have sent me things and they've not arrived. So it's tricky. My suggestion would be the InPost boxes, but we'd have to liaise on I don't even know if that's an option from some countries. Yeah, I don't know. Mr. S, you're in the Netherlands, if I remember correctly. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't know whether this... I guess they're Europe-wide. It might be worldwide. I don't know. Let me keep going. I'm going backwards. The tennis racket. Okay. Okay, Josie. Yeah, Josie was saying she saw the... I think I'm up to date with those. Let me come forward again then. I'll watch this back again tomorrow in case I missed anything. If I missed anything, I'll make a note of it and reference them in a follow-up video or the next time. Where are we here? What just... Okay, Josie's off. How long ago was that? 12:16, and it's currently 20. I'm 12 minutes behind. Sorry, Josie, you'll be long gone. Catch you next time, darling. Always 20 years away. Yeah, stellarators. I don't remember. What's... So tokamak is the donut. What's a stellarator? I don't know what that is. That might be the one where they point hundreds of lasers at the one thing and just to get it going. 20 years-ish. Everything's 20 years. It jumped. All benefits will go. UK Richard said free beer tomorrow. And it's jumped back again, look. Don't do that, you piece of shit. InPost exists in the UK, says UK Richie. Yeah. Package station, never heard of that. Sounds like a similar kind of idea. If it is, it's that kind of thing. It's a set of cabinets, drawers, whatever, different sized things, and the person sending picks the destination and picks the right sized box, and it's their responsibility to pick the box that's big enough. In Europe, we're going to be measuring in centimeters and millimeters, not inches. So there's another complication for some people. I hate the way this thing jumps. I prefer the idea of cheap solar and wind power combined with cheap power storage, making power affordable for all. Well, there's another one, isn't it? Another thing that hasn't really jumped in 20 years. Battery technology. If you read Technology Press like I do, every day there's a new battery technology on the horizon, and they don't get here. The last biggie was lithium ion 25 years ago, whenever that was. Now that's been revolutionary. All the batteries in our phones and tablets. Now there have been step changes since then, but the big leap since nickel metal hydride, whatever the fuck that was, and whatever the other one that competed with it at the time. Remember, you had to get the right type of battery charger for the right kind of battery. I can't remember what the one that wasn't NIM. What was the other one called? If Chip is still here, he'll know it. I know that much. But the last big leap, like big leap, we've had iterations and step changes, going as far now as LiFePO4, lithium iron phosphate, is remarkable in that it's safe. You puncture it, it doesn't burst into flames. NiCad, that sounds about right, yeah. Nickel cadmium, yeah, thank you. So when lithium ion became a thing, whenever that was, the guy won the Nobel Prize for it, didn't he? He only got the Nobel Prize a couple of years ago. But for work done 20 or 30, real step change. There was no way we would have had the kind of life we get with mobile phones and tablets and things without that. Like I said, step changes since, like lithium iron phosphate, which isn't as energy dense as some of the other variants, but has become popular because A, it's safer. When it failed, there's no thermal runaway with lithium iron phosphate. It is less energy dense than some of its competitors. It is lighter than some of them, stores less energy, but somehow ends up safer. But it's more stable over a longer term. You get to recharge it 10,000 times instead of 1,000 times, kind of thing, before it loses significantly. That's something like 10 years worth of daily charging before it falls to 80% of its original capacity. So it has these benefits, but so some of the other technologies have their benefits. You probably won't end up with Teslas powered by lithium iron phosphate because of the lower energy density. Probably not. They probably won't do cars with I don't think. That would shorten the range because of the lower energy density. Although it'll stop the negative press when something blows in, gets penetrated. So a piece of scaffolding falls into the batteries, it's not going to start a fire with lithium iron phosphate. Whereas many of the other lithium ion derivatives, you literally can't put the fuckers out once they start burning. You can put them underwater and they're still just burning. They're just heating up the sea. You can't put some of them out. They're impossible. They're just going to burn. They don't even need oxygen. They're just going to burn. But some of the huge battery storage technologies, Tesla's what do they call them? Gigafactories? Is that right? Where they make these huge batteries for grid level storage. They'll store maybe 2 or 3 hours worth of energy for a reasonable sized town. I think it's a few hours. Those things are revolutionary. And what it means is we will eventually probably move away from national grids. What do they call them? Microgrids? Local grids? I can't remember what the word is. But you probably get regions within a town have their own grid, and then there'll be interconnects. But I'm not sure that we'll carry on having a national grid. We might just have a coordinated interconnects between these smaller regional grids. Mr. S, it's way past his bedtime. He's heading off. Okay, mate. Catch you next time. What's that dot? Is that on the screen or is that me? That's part of YouTubery. Why is there a dot there? It's like I've got a stuck pixel on the phone. But I think it's in YouTube. I don't think it's me. No, it's part of this. The fucking circle, the arrow that when I'm not right at the bottom of the list, there's an arrow pops up. I think it's the top edge of that. Where are we, folks? I'm 2.5 hours in with my rabbiting on. Saltwater iron batteries that are bulky but cheap are safe and sound promising. Saltwater iron. Iron, not ion. Iron as in metal. Ferrous. Salt water and iron. I don't know. Wasn't that the original batteries? Were coins and pieces of paper with salt water? That was oh God, the lecture theatres at Lancaster Uni are named after him. What's he fucking called? Matey boy, what's he called? Physics, anybody? Faraday, yeah? Faraday. His original piles, he literally called his batteries were called piles. Spanish, pilas, is the word for batteries. It's the same thing, it comes from piles. The alternate coins of copper and zinc with paper wet in salt water in between. Don't know, it sparked something, I don't know, folks. I don't know where I get this shit half the time. But that was him, yeah? You sit there in your physics exam and you start doing this because all of the forces, the electromotive forces, all run perpendicular to each other. I don't know where I get this shit from. I don't remember half of it. Sodium and iron. Okay, sodium, that's your salt water. Iron. The OG rechargeable battery might be the future. Don't get any shit. Oh, Fama, hello, hello. Plenty factory made right under you. Hello, everybody, everywhere. Everyone, everybody, everywhere, says Fabrizio. Fama. Hello, sir. You're 2.5 hours late. You'll have to stay and do overtime at the end. Hello, mate. Cheers. Today I am on Argus again. It's going to be written backwards for you guys. Argus. Like Argos, the shop in the UK. Does Argos still exist? Hasn't gone bankrupt like everything else. I hope Argos still exists. But to Argus with a U. This is Lidl's. This is Lidl's or Lidl, if you prefer. This is their own brand. This is their basic beer. So cheers to Lee, who brought me that. I think on Tuesday this week. I would have to consult my notes to contradict myself, but that's when I believe it was. Folks, if you haven't, I know there's new people cycling in and out all the time. I know not many of you stay with me for the full 3, 4, 5 hours, whatever we do. But if you could hit the thumbs up, it would be appreciated. If you've seen more than 3 or 4 of my videos, subscribing is always an option. And ring the bell. I never remember to tell people. Ring the bell so you get the alerts or notifications, whatever you want to call them. Because sometimes I go live randomly at short notice. And if you're not signed up for the alerts, you don't get them. So ring that bell. After you've subscribed, you want to see a solid bell on the it's either a drop down or a pictogram, whatever it is, depending on whether you're on mobile or a proper real browser on a proper computer or on a television. I think 10% of my viewers are on TVs. 20% watched with closed captions. I think because my voice is indistinct, my northern brogue might not be to everybody's understanding, and if you're not a native English speaker, for example, you might not understand what I'm saying. I don't know. People used to tell me I had a nice voice, and no one's told me that for a while. But I used to get requests from people to do audiobooks, and when I did an audiobook, nobody listened to it. I only did the first 4 I did the first 6 chapters. 2 of them were on my old phone when it broke and they'd not been uploaded yet. Oh, and chapter 5, I think it is. You like this, especially if you were watching a few weeks ago. Chapter 5 of 3 Men in a Boat, not to mention the dog, to give it its full title. 3 Men in a Boat, chapter 5, the N-bomb is dropped. Yeah. In old-fashioned terms, like meaning it. Like not me just saying it for the sake of saying it, because I don't want my speech to be policed. These guys use it while talking about people in Africa. I didn't know which way to go when I was reading chapter 5, when I was recording chapter 5. I went with it, as you might expect, if you know me. But it never got uploaded. The phone broke before it ever got uploaded. So there's only 4, I think there's only 4 chapters of 3 Men in a Boat uploaded. I may re-record I may do those chapters again and maybe even finish the rest of the book. I was enjoying recording it, but as you can hear, sometimes the wind picks up, sometimes there's traffic, people. What usually happened was I would fall asleep, let's say at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning. And that sweet spot, 3 while 5 maybe, before traffic starts picking up again, that was the sweet spot for recording the audio without traffic noises, without people walking past, without yobs shouting at each other at the bar up the road. Somewhere between 2 and 5, usually 3 while 5. So I could I'd have to read the chapter ahead to prepare myself and then record it and fuck up occasionally and have to kind of step back and then I'd have to edit and splice the bits of audio together and then find suitable pictures, usually just book covers of the book, and I'd just rotate through a set of book covers for 3 Men in a Boat. But it is my favourite book of all time. It's hilarious. It's set in 1890 fucking something or other, or 1880 something or other maybe. The bloke who wrote it, Jerome Klapka, Jerome, if you can believe, his middle name was Klapka for some reason. And the press at the time called him Harry K. Harry. He wrote the book in a down-to-earth fashion, not intended for the hoi polloi, intended for the common man. He wrote in normal speech. And this was looked down on by all of the newspapers and the press, the book reviewers at the time. They all thought this was a travesty and a terrible thing to do. Why are you writing for the common man and not for the educated elite? Harry K. Harry. Jerome K. Jerome. It's a fantastic book. Everybody should read it at least once. There was Mr. S saying goodbye. There was Farmer arriving. Are you cooking steaks there, Farmer? Is that? My eyes aren't great, but I think those are steaks or chops and then flames. Oh, are you asking what? Are you asking to ring someone's bell, Mike? Jesus, not on stream here, man. 3 men motorboating boobies. Farmer, you go off on one. Look at you with your boobies icon. This is not a scruff dog stream, okay? Bit of decorum, man. Bit of decorum. Why have I got no space? Tina's decided to push her entire body right up against me. I get the arse end again for cuddling, don't I? Hey, babe. Okay, you're moving a little bit. Give me a bit of room. Itchy nose still. I'll move the tablet out of the way. I'll move the light. I'll see whether I can't just touch up this way a little bit. The bed's got a big dip in the middle now because there's me and Tina both. I'm being pushed into the middle by gravity. Pushed or pulled? I guess you get pulled by gravity rather than pushed. We haven't invented anti-gravity yet, as we were saying earlier. You said 3 men, explain yourselves, lol. It's a fantastic book, my friend. 3 Men in a Boat. No motorboating involved. 1880 something or other. There were no fucking motorboats, I don't think. Petrol engine, the internal combustion engine may have been invented by then, 1880s. Maybe. But I don't think that Mr. Mercedes and Mr. Benz, I don't think they'd done their thing yet, had they? 1880? I don't know. I'm going to look it up. Now that I've got a tablet, don't need Jack Attack to check facts for me, look. Internal combustion engine, folks. What year? That I just redid a search I'd already done. Internal. Can I type in a straight line? Combustion engine. Year and inventor. I guess it's probably going to be one of those things where lots of people lay claim to it because of different iterations. Etienne Lenoir in 1860. 1860. What the fuck? He patented a gas-fired single-cylinder engine that could be mounted on a carriage. While other designs existed before, I guess, okay, so he was the first to patent it. Lenoir's engine was the first to achieve commercial success. So he patented it and had commercial success. 1860s. That's a good 20 or 30 years earlier than I thought. Nikolaus Otto later developed the four-stroke engine. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. I remember from physics class, because I know nothing about engines. This last 10 weeks watching Scruff Dog build this engine it's been a bit of a long haul for me. I'm not an engine person, but I do remember suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Mainly just for the comical fucking nature of it. But them's your four strokes. Controlled by a cam. And some pistons. Maybe. So Lenoir, Etienne Lenoir in 1860. And then the four-stroke one was Nikolaus Otto. You live and you learn, folks. You live and you learn. If you've got a quizzical mind, if you like to ask questions and wonder, Mercedes not first apparently. UK Richie said to bed. Yeah, you're welcome, mate. Thank you for stopping by. What did that say? You don't need to type, just what? Oh, you're going to tell me just to do the voice thing. You don't need to type, just press the microphone. I'm a typist kind of guy. I got qualifications in typing. I am literally a qualified touch typist. There's no way I'm giving that up for a fucking microphone. Even though one-fingered or two-fingered on a two thumbs on a fucking phone or a tablet. But I am a proper touch typist. Can't you tell? I thought the suspenders, the fishnet stockings, and the miniskirt would have given it away. Where's Karen? Did I say thank you for the glasses and the frigging tablet? Okay, yeah, I think you did already, yeah. You think it wasn't a viable engine? It says it was commercially successful and it patented it. So he a good, I think, 20 years before Mr. Mercedes and Mr. Benz started doing their thing. Yeah, I don't know. Now, yeah, it sounds like it was a single stroke thing. But it did say he attached it to carriages. They wouldn't have been cars as we would have recognised. I mean, it would have been literally a horseless carriage, wouldn't it? With like a tiller for steering, rather than a steering wheel and all the shenanigans that goes with it. Tiller, is that the right word? It's tiller, the thing that you turn that turns the rudder, but if it's just turning the wheels, is it still a tiller? I don't know. I don't know, folks. These are just words that I pull out of nowhere, and sometimes they make sense, sometimes not. You're okay, baby. It's okay. massive decrease in number of bites overnight, folks, with it, since I've had this this tennis racket thing. Massive difference. Because I'm just laying on top of the bed, and because I'm like dressed in bed, but it's sometimes I take the t-shirt off. And there's a big area for like my legs and my arms and my belly and my head. Sometimes I would wake up in the night and I'm like Worf or fucking Star Trek Next Generation. There's so many bites across my forehead. I spent 3 or 4 weeks with no fly spray. I also have a bit of fly spray, so after I close the doors on an evening, I will sometimes just have a quick spray which deters them for kind of half the night. But now they're attracted, I think, to the blue light. There must be a little bit of ultraviolet as well or something. They go over there and they zap themselves in the zapper. It's fantastic. Farmer. Jack Attack. Whoa! Jack Attack enters the room and chat starts jumping. That's a stretch, Jack Attack, isn't it? Are rockets internal combustion engines? Aren't they external? $16.98. Oh, it's jumping on me. I can't even move without it. And now I'm going to end up with my head right close to the phone and how far back has it gone? Here we go. The first electric battery, the voltaic pile, was invented by Alessandro Volta in 1800. Alternating layers of zinc and copper discs separated by brine-soaked cloth or cardboard. Volta first. Okay, so not Faraday. He did play with them though, didn't he? Faraday played with it as well. How far behind are you, Jack Attack? Check that you're up to date though, mate, because if you're answering questions from right back then, maybe you were just remembering it. He's coming in with the knowledge though, isn't he? (1798), John Stevens designed the first American internal combustion engine. How many Americans do you have to put in before it'll ignite? Jack Attacks with facts, yeah. Oh, you're up to date. You were just lurking, so you've got like a list of things that you were going to come in and what's the word? I guess spurg. You're going to spurg out with facts. You're going to post it at the very end. I'll timestamp them for you, mate, so that other people may come in and have the benefits of your wisdom. Cheers to Jack Attack and to the rest of you. Jack Attack, Farmer. We got anybody else over from Scruff Dog and Big Clive? We had Mr. S before, but he's gone now. I think the rest of you are just mine exclusively rather than due to tablet. Yeah, I can look up some things now, but yeah. Am I right saying that I've only drunk 1 can of beer so far? I'm halfway through number 2. Well, I'm a third of the way through number 2. Almost 3 hours in and only 1 can of beer in. Is that right? Or did I have another one that was already open at the beginning? No, I didn't have any. No, the opening was a right shambles, wasn't it? No, I didn't have lights turned on. I didn't even have the light here. I had to go looking for the fucker. Um, I didn't have lights. I didn't have beer. The first 4 minutes of this stream are fucking terrible. Um, when I do when it is post processed after they've put it live properly with chat replay and everything, I'm gonna have to put a timestamp in saying begins and jump to like 4.5 minutes in when I've actually got the lights turned on and I've got a can of beer and I'm actually sat here in front of the camera. I didn't even know where the fucking light was. I had to go. I went outside looking for it. It wasn't there. It wasn't where it usually is over by where the EcoFlow normally sits. For some reason, it was on the big chair over there, and I've got no idea why. I don't know how or why. Yeah, it was a right palaver at the beginning. Everyone here are honorary Scruff Dog members. I keep telling them all about Scruff Dog and Big Clive. I don't see any of them making their way over there. Folks, come on. We're about to hit 20 on the thumbs up. We're on 19 at the minute, as far as I can tell. Other people might have different numbers in front of them, but I'm seeing 19. Let's see if we can't up it a little bit. I don't think we're going to hit the 37 that we hit 3 weeks ago, was it? I think it's 3 weeks ago. We hit 37. I think that might have been a 6.5 hour stream. I got 20 now, John. What have you got now? Are you on 20? I got 20 now. Somebody else just hit it. Viewers are a little bit down. We're down below 10. I don't like to be below 10 for too long. I might have to call it quits if that carries on. We're not really growing. I don't know if any of you noticed. The number of concurrent viewers is always, or is usually somewhere between 10 and 15. Occasionally gets a little bit above 15, like an 18 or a 19. John's seeing 21, I'm seeing 20, so I'm behind again. 9, no, down at 8 viewers concurrently. That's a shame. It was 9. I thought we were on the way up. I thought we were going to head back above 10. What do I need to do to entertain you? Maybe I have to start doing the woofle, like Clive and Scruff. I'm not sure it's too advisable in a tent to start fires, but what the fuck was that? Oi! Whatever you are, go away. Tina, attack. Go. Go get him. Sending my doggy. Someone or something outside my door. Pocket knife and investigate. Back in a moment, folks. It's okay, Tina. I'm gonna go look. You stay here, darling. You stay here. I've got my knife. I'm going to look. Who or what are you? You can fuck off. Very dark out here. Have I got a light, Tina? Have I got a light? Where's my light? I haven't got a fucking light to hand over. Here. Here. Let's have a fucking look. It's okay, babe. No, you stay here. You stay here. I'll have a look. You stay. Is it a fucking animal? Just wait. Stay. Stay. Oi, stay. Back inside, you. Go on in. Go on in. Inside. Good girl. You want a drink of water? Tina's drink of water. Come here. I'll get you your water. Come here, babe. There you go. There you go. That's a good girl. You're my Tina girl. You're my guard dog. Okay, babe. I'll help you back on the bed when you're ready. Okay, folks. False alarm, maybe. Gotta put the knife away. Like that. Oh, fuck. There was something there. I don't know whether it was person or animal, but there was something. It's not there now. Oh, my zip's bust. The zip won't close. Nope. Okay. Well, that's weird. Can you hear my doggy drinking water? More? Okay, she's gonna have more. I'll have to help her back on the bed after. What are we saying here? Leave from B, man. No, somebody solar light. I got this one. This is supposed to be a security light that would charge through the day, and it has 3 modes. And there's one of them is a movement detector. I don't know what they all are. The third one just stays on. I like that one. I like to use this just as a torch. The other 2, I think, detect movement and stay on for different lengths of time. I think. Different lengths of time, different brightnesses. But, no, if there's someone messing around outside my tent, I'm going to go smack them. That might have been an animal. Remember, we used to get rats and mice. It could have been... Mice you can't hear. Mice are fucking... You don't know they're there unless they fall off something. The bigger ones, though. The bigger ones are buggers. Could have been a cat. Could have been a fox. Just recently, this like a dog's jawbone, either a dog or a fox, something like that, appeared outside the... Now, it's not like the animals rotted away there. This jawbone's just appeared out of fucking nowhere. I'm not sure how that got there, but there's that outside. Dog or fox, I would say, looking at it. But we do have... There are a lot of cats and things coming by. Could have been a cat. They like the plastic and the warmth of the plastic. They like to kind of try and sit on the wall of the tent, on the edge of the tent, and the plastic that goes around it. Hey Tina, are you coming here? Come on, this way. You're not going out because you've not got your lead on. You're not fastened to anything. You could go away. You could run away and leave me. Can't have that. Look how red my fucking face and nose is. You want to see my chest? Well, you don't want to, but you're going to. Look at this. I did some fucking proper lobstering. Forgive the moobs and the shadow under the boobs, but I did some proper fucking lobstering. Not Sunday, but Saturday. My friend, an old friend, Christian, the guy I used to live with, let me down in the past, and we had a falling out a few years back. But we seem to be making it up now. He came around yesterday. He bought 12 beers and put them in his freezer and brought them around. So we had some cold beers in the afternoon. He drank them twice as fast as I did. So he had about 8 and I got about 4. But it was a nice gesture nonetheless. So there's that. But I was sat out there. I didn't have my top on, as you could see, and I did some proper lobstering, folks. It's a tradition of us Brits. We go bright fucking pink as soon as the sun shines. What was that? Don't be doing what with knives? Well, I do take a knife out when there's shit happening. Why wouldn't I? I'm inside. Where are we here? How far back has it jumped? Has it jumped back? Farmer's checking if he's got beer left. Okay, I'll work forward from there. I know where I am from there. John Aldwinkle seeing 21 thumbs up. I'm still only seeing 20, but that, again, that's the Ajax requests. We worked out what Ajax stood for, didn't we, the other week? Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. If I remember correctly. It's been a few years. I didn't know it at the time. PIR, passive infrared? Yeah, probably. Something like that. Mount it on wood. I don't have any wood. Oh, I do have a couple of posts out here. I could just hang it off the tent, but I use it. I use it as a torch, though. I do have a. Well, I've got two head torches, but one of them is kind of sort of broken. Functional, but no OnlyFans content. That was me showing my moobs, my man boobs. Mount it on wood. Don't be taking knives with you. You're going to get yourself into more trouble. No, if it's an animal, I'm away, aren't I? If it's a rat or something, I just fuck it right there and then. There's no problem with stabbing a rat or, I don't know, some other, no, you just got to be, you know. I'm sorry, officer, I believed it to have been a rat that I was attacking. I'm sorry. Was it a gay bloke looking for sex? I don't know. I got no idea, mate. I don't know how he ended up on the end of my knife. He ended up impaled. The gay bloke that was looking for sex ended up impaled on the end of my big protrusion. Some of you are a bit too cowardly. I'm in a fucking tent. If someone or something comes at me, let them. Listen, if I kill someone here, I can just fucking dig a hole under a tree and bury them and no one will ever know they're there. No? Who's going to find them? 2 people, 3 people a year come through this field that aren't me. I just had 2 trees fall over. I can just bury them under there somewhere. It's food for the dog. For the first week, it's food for the dog. Tina's looking fat. Lots of protein in her diet suddenly. What's that big bone she's got? Oh, there's a lot of flies in the field this week. Could be an animal. Rabbit, rat, mouse, fox. I don't know. All I know is I'm in a tent and something fucking starts messing with it. Brushing against it, rustling it, whatever it was doing. I was a bit slow to realise. I was slow to fucking react. Why is that not turned on? Oh, because it's on. Oh, I unplugged it to plug the tablet in. And the phone. Is the phone on 100% yet? No. Why not? How fucking slow are you charging? 6 watt. What is it with Samsung? 6 fucking watts. What are you doing? 6 watts. Just reverse the thing and now it's 10 watts. Just by reversing the clip. Ajax was a bleach scrubber cleaner. Yeah, it was a bathroom cleaner, a scouring agent for bathrooms when I was a kid. Because we called it Ajax, and then you've got the is it a town in the Netherlands? Netherlands? I think so. Ajax, yeah, Ajax. Well, Ajax of Amsterdam. It's a football team. Yeah, the J in Dutch. I think Josie's gone, hasn't she? In Dutch, and Mr. S, he's in the Netherlands as well. In Dutch, the J is a Y unless it's preceded by a D. You only get that J sound with a DJ, from what I remember. So we had Ajax, they have Ajax as a football team. But I don't know, is Ajax still a thing? Is that still a bathroom scourer? Didn't change name. What's Sif? See, that was Jif. Was that Jif? No. No, Jif is the lemon. What's Sif? Is that not Ajax? Is that not Ajax rebranded? Oh, it's one for the tablet. I'll see if I can get it before fucking Jack Attack gets it. No. Oh, it's taking me away from the right page. If I type Ajax equals Sif, what's it gonna say? First, where's equals? There. Ajax equals Sif? Question mark. No, look, it's gone off on something else about Poland. When was the Ajax cleaner invented? It must still be a thing. Ajax was established in 1992. What the fuck are you talking about? No. For manufacturing self-loading concrete mix. No. That's different. That's a different Ajax. What is Ajax called now? AFC. You see, they've gone off with Ajax of Amsterdam. That's not. Oh, it's complicated, isn't it? Ajax is an American brand of household cleaning products and detergents made by Colgate Palmolive and Awesome Products Inc. Awesome. There's modesty there, folks. If you can call your company awesome. Yeah, it's a difficult question to get answered because somebody tell me what Sif is, because I'm sure that's a similar fucking thing. Sif cream, yeah, Sif Limpiadora, that's cleaner. Sif cream. No, not a código, no, not an identification code. What is Sif? Oh, it's in Spanish. No, that's a different, that's an identification code. You got loads of pictures at the top, why do you not? Sif is a scouring agent and cleaner. Was it Ajax? And if it's not, why do I think it was? Why have I got that memory embedded? Sif used to be called Jif. Jif was a cleaner. So what's the lemons are Jif, aren't they? Jif lemon that you put in your pancakes on pancake day. That's... So Sif was Jif, it wasn't Ajax. I don't know that I remember Jif as a cleaning product. I remember Harpic for down the loo. I remember Ajax. I don't remember Jif as a cleaning. Jif was a squeezy plastic lemon. A pretend lemon for lemon juice for putting on pancakes on Pancake Day. Am I going daft? Probably. So Ajax is still Ajax. It's still a cleaning product. If they found a body in this field, I would be prime suspect. If a fire happened anywhere in this field, just spontaneously, like lightning, like the 2 trees that blew over the other night, if it had been lightning that had hit them and a fire started, I'd still be the fucking prime suspect. You got to remember that the police took away water from me because it's a fire risk. Water. Green garden furniture, green plastic tables, white chairs. Fire risk. The chairs were fantastic, by the way. They were really solid metal legs, very solid white plastic. Fire risk. Take that away. Ladles and spatulas and plates and knives and forks and pots and pans. Fire risk. We're taking those. All from private land that they had no right to even be on, it turns out now. I wasn't sure of that at the time. They had no right to take anything they took. No court papers, no court orders, no warrants, no authorization. They didn't itemize what they took. There was no appeals process. They just got the bin men to load my shit onto the bin wagon and took it. As my mate Grok says, Delta Mike protests against police overreach. Oh yes, Grok, I certainly fucking do. Makes you think. The next time one of them's on the ground getting their fucking head kicked in, I'm not going to be the one helping them. I might even just join in with the other guys. After my experiences at their hands. Maybe I'll bury a couple of them over there in the field under the trees. Sorry, I slurped there, didn't I? I didn't mean to. It was dripping off my tash and I was trying to just... And I was a little bit loud about it, sorry. I don't normally slurp like that, folks. I just heard myself. I caught myself. I played it back in my mind and I thought, oh, did I just do that on camera? How bad, how terrible. Let's see if anybody's talking to me. Oh. Okay, well, stop jumping down. Don't be putting Ajax on pancakes, Mike. No, 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 no. Always a long one. Sif and Jif are 2 names for the same household cleaning product. I do not remember. Okay, so it's not a rebrand in Europe then, no? Oh, I'm way behind. Where are we here? Ajax and Sif are separate, although they both fall under the umbrella of household cleaning products. I really... Sif, yeah, but the whole Sif Jif thing, syphilis, no, not... Farmer. What's that? Was that you, Tina? I don't think that was you. Is that you there laying down? If that's you laying down, then what just scurried around? It sounded like it was inside the tent. That's the wind. I might have something inside the tent, folks. If not inside, then just outside. Oh, I wish I was better at positioning sounds. I was looking up Ajax Cleaner, yeah. The knife in my pocket, but when I felt it was needed or required, I drew it out, and it locks as well. Now in the UK, that would be illegal to have out in public. I'm not in public. I'm in my residence and the curtilage of my residence. I don't know what Spanish law is. I don't know whether this might be bigger. This was given to me by a friend. It might have a larger blade than you would be allowed in public, but again, I'm not in public. I would only use it in defense. Karen will need her EcoFlow on Wednesday. They're turning the village power off for 6 hours. Did you ever get around to getting this? You've got solar panels on the house, haven't you? Or is that just on your mum's barn or whatever it is? Have you got anything that you can plug into the EcoFlow to top it up? I mean, obviously you're going to charge it up beforehand, but to keep it charged if needed. You've only got, is it 1 kilowatt hour or 2? I don't know what size you bought in the end. You bought the Delta 3, but I don't know which one. And I am behind again, yeah. I was indeed looking up Ajax Cleaner, yeah. Tilting against windmills. Now that's interesting you say that, because Don Quixote, a lot of the streets where I lived, Avenida de la Mancha. He is the gentleman of La Mancha, isn't he? Was that Don Quixote or was that the author? Who wrote it? Don Quixote was written by... Oh, come on, famous Spanish author. You know this, you prat. He's the most famous Spanish author. And I can't get there. Don Quixote. A lot of the roads where I live, when I lived on Avenida de la Mancha, all of the side roads are characters or places from the Don Quixote novel. Novel or novels? From the adventures. Yeah. Tilting at windmills. Karen says, oh my God. Turn up the volume. Why? Has it gone quiet? We've been talking this whole time. You didn't hear us. I don't think that these messages weren't here in chat. Chat's been letting me down. It wasn't here. He still needs you, Jack Attack. Your new fact-checking device isn't up to much. It was the Google AI thing. I just type shit in and I go with that summary that comes up. I don't look through all of the messages or all of the results. Don't be putting Ajax on pancakes. Okay, so you've been talking about yeah, okay. You didn't hear. You've been talking this whole time. You didn't hear us, Mike. Okay. You're all laughing at me now. Don Quixote. Yeah, but the author. Cervantes. Cervantes? Miguel Cervantes? I'm going to go with. What did you guys come up with? Delta 3 Plus, I think that was Karen saying. Talk to Google. And blank. Look at tablet. Enter right. Miguel, okay. Karen said Miguel to somebody, and Man of La Mancha. Yeah, well, Avenida de La Mancha was where I lived. That's the road that has not Tooties, Tweeties, the fish and chip bar restaurant. Gosh, it must be a year since I've been there. And when I went there, it was 3 years since I'd been there. A little while ago, isn't it? 2 or 3 years since. Yeah. Cervantes and Don Quixote's. I think if he was a knight, then his helper, his errand boy, his what's the word? It's usually the son of a knight's helper. Sancho Villa? Not Pancho, that's not a word. Sancho Villa. I don't fucking remember. Squire, that is indeed the correct word. Who was that? That was Farmer. A squire was indeed usually the son of a knight. It's the son of another knight who is like a knight in training, and he would go out with a knight errant. A knight errant, a wandering knight, and he would go out as his, like you say, as his squire, his helper, his and it was part of his training to become a knight himself later. Would you do that independently, or do you only get that upon the death of your father, and you become you titles are inherited? Yeah. Anyway, that. I have a client who's called Squire. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Forever the helper, never the knight. Pancho Villa. Not Pancho. But yeah. I was gonna go with something like Pancho Sancho or Sanchez, but that didn't land, that didn't work. I don't know. I don't know whether you're telling me it is Pancho Villa or if you're laughing at me for getting something so wrong. Because the neurons, it's in here somewhere, but the fucking neurons doesn't align. Is his name Alexander? Alexander Squire? No, I don't know where you're going with that one. Lost me. As you often do, sir, as you often do. Often lose me. I'm about this far from the bottom of a can. Are we carrying on, or are we calling it quits soon? There's the 82 and fit as a fiddle. Wow. Let me think. If my dad's alive, and I don't know, if he's alive, he will be 86 this year. Will he? Born in 39. So yeah, I think so. 86 this year. I got no idea if the cunt's alive or dead. No idea. If you're out there, Dad, good on you. And if you're not, cheers to you anyway. Oh man, you should see this bin over here. I'm not going to show you. But it's full. It's all beer cans from over the last 2 or 3 weeks. And beer cans and plastic bottles, water bottles, pop bottles. Oh! I said early on that I was going to get a brandy, didn't I? No, I didn't. I was going to get a wine and cola. Let's do that, because the wine's open and it's a tear corner, not a lid. So let's hold on. Farmer, I got the light in my hand. I'm about to put it on top of two beer. It's balanced on two beer cans, but there is a loaf of bread that keeps pulling on the wire. I got a loaf of bread on my bed. Don't ask. Just Karen's fault. She gave me a loaf of bread and she gave me chorizo. So you know, chorizo sandwiches are a thing. Chopping boards on the bed. I live on the bed, mainly. But red wine I opened last night. It feels like it's about here, maybe somewhere here. But no screw top. It wasn't resealable. It was a tear and forget. So somewhere between a third and a half of a glass there. Put that down there if I can get away with that. And then some cola. Blame consume. You know, it's cardboard. What can you do? I am a tramp. I live in a field. I'm not proud. I have alcohol. I went 5 months without even a cup of coffee. So, you know, having cola, having wine, having cans of beer, it's all to the good. My mate Mark, when was that? Day before yesterday, was it? Or was it the day before that? Would have been Thursday, I think, if I remember right. Brought me what he thought was a bottle of whiskey, and little, like a third or a quarter bottle maybe, and turned out it wasn't whiskey, it was Jägermeister, and the Jaeger is just so Moorish, you can't stop. It's like what are them crisps called in the jar, in the tube? Pringles. Once you pop, you can't stop. Well, once you have a drop, you can't stop. When it comes to Jägermeister, tastes like Benylin used to taste. Is it kids' cough medicine or is it just cough medicine? Loved it as a kid. Used to knock me out. Here, have a little cap full of Benylin, Mum would say, when I had a cough, and then I would go to sleep. Benylin. What was the other stuff? What was the cream that you would put on cuts and bruises and things that smelt like Dr. Pepper? I could never drink Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper tastes of germaline. Germaline, that was the fucking stuff. That was the cream. Nobody in England can drink Dr. Pepper because it smells like fucking germaline. Josie's back. Hello. Random Jaeger. It was very random, mate, but it was a random bottle of it. Don't get me wrong, I didn't just sit there like within an hour and drink the whole fucking bottle. And like I said, I'm going to go quarter bottle. It was roughly on the end of the cigarettes. Someone's bought cigarettes and it was there and they didn't want it. Maybe a third of a bottle, maybe a quarter of a bottle, I'm not sure. But over the course of about 10 hours, I had a little nip here and a little nip there. But yeah, it went. And I'd not been sleeping well for about 5 or 6 nights beforehand. I slept well that night. And I slept right through a fucking horrendous storm. 2 trees fell over in this field and I was fucking oblivious. It's only when I went into the field for a dump, my spot's gone. The place where I squat and drop, the trees are in the wrong. They're not there. They're over. It's rather precarious now for doing the doing. I might have to find a new spot, or certainly a new way of securing the the barrier that I put around. I stand basically I've got a rug that I stand on end, and it used to lean against these trees. Well, the trees aren't there; they've fallen the other way. So I don't know how to hold up my physical barrier so that people can't see me. That's a little bit precarious. That's a little bit of a change. But we had this horrendous storm. The swirls in the ground where the water has rushed by on the path out there and on the track there must have, the state of the pots and pans and things that are outside the cookery area, everything's covered in mud, like a foot off the ground, covered in mud. Pots and pans full of mud. And I didn't know anything had happened. I knew a storm was coming. I knew it was getting a bit windy that night. I was waiting to watch Scruff Dog and his MRE stream, and I fell asleep before that started. And then I woke up, took the dog for a walk at 5 in the morning, and the tarpaulin was off the tent at the bottom corner. It had, instead of being down and wrapped up underneath, it had flipped and come off and was down and up and was just catching water. There was buckets full of water worth trapped in the folds of the tarp, because instead of being on one side tucked under, it was on the other side tucked out and ready to catch water. And I slept through it, didn't know it happened, and I blame the Jaeger. I blame my friend Mark and his Jaeger. You're so spoilt, says Karen. I am. I'm spoilt by my friend called Karen. My friend called Anthony was here bringing me breakfast. You both brought me breakfasts on the same bloody day. Karen, Anthony, Tom when he's in the country spoils me. Mark was here and he brought me a donut. It's more like an eclair really, but yeah. Who else spoils me? Josie spoils me when she's here, or at least when they're about to leave. Lots of people. George the other week, who brought water and things. I was chatting with. When was George? Was he in TrampCast this afternoon, or was he in TrampCast tonight? I think it was this afternoon. There's George, and then there was his neighbour Lee, who's been and brought me a load of water and a case of beers. I think I've just finished the last of the red ones, the Argus. I just finished the last of Lee's beers. Everybody spoils me, folks. I've gone from tramping to camping to glamping. It's no longer a battle to survive. I now thrive. Some would say. Don't get me wrong. It's still got its downsides. Tim Timoney always proclaims what a wonderful life I have. He never includes the mice and the rats and when the old tent was falling apart and I was laying in pools of water, when my bed was wet through and I was literally having to try and spread my weight so as not to press down too hard because the pool of water would come up and out of the mattresses. At the minute, I've got some food somewhere going off and I can't find what. It's a bit smelly over there. I got this Russian guy who's decided he's going to come along twice a day or 3 times a day to heat water for his coffee. I think he's in the next field somewhere. When I did TrampCast earlier, he was here and talking to Tina while I was trying to talk to you guys. And he's got one of those octagonal, those coffee pots for making, what's the coffee? The small concentrated. I'm not an expert on your mocha choca knickerbocker. It's not a latte. What's it called? Espresso. you put the water in the bottom third, it bubbles up through a funnel full of the coffee grinds, gets all coffee flavored, and then it evaporates even more and condenses at the top, and then you just pour out of the top. I think that's is that an espresso? I don't, I'm clueless. I had one of those pod. I had a coffee pod maker in the office once upon a time. One at home, and then my brother bought me one for Christmas. I ended up with 3, and I knew nothing. The mochas, that's the chocolate one, isn't it? Mocha Choca Knickerbocker. That's about all I know. That and a latte, which is with milk. That's my knowledge of coffees. When I used to go places here, Cafe con Leche was all I knew. There's a Quadrado, which probably translates as square or rectangle. Quadrado. That's that. I know a word. Fuck knows. I was never into the whole barista and coffee whatever. Goldschlager with cinnamon and gold. Schlager? We had our cough medicine made up. It was licorice and marshmallow, says Karen. This Jaeger has quite a licorice and or aniseed base to it. So there's quite a strong, I would say licorice and aniseed, but I'm not exactly sure. I don't think anybody knows the exact recipe. There's 38 herbs and spices buried in there. I think I read somewhere. How hot is it there, Mike? Asks Keith. I'm not sure, mate. Give us a second. If Jack Attack hasn't already told you, I'll use the weather app. I've still not found my There's a thermometer lost here, and I don't know where or why or how. 28 degrees. 26. Sorry, I can't read. 26 degrees currently. Okay. 26 feels like 28. So what is it? If it feels like 28, does that not mean it's 28? I'm guessing that's to do with humidity. Tomorrow the high will be 30. Sunrise at 7:02. That's all it says. If I go to the other one, Torrevieja weather on Google, it gives more. Wind is 8 kilometers an hour. Humidity 72%, folks. I normally think of Spain as a dry heat, but 72% humidity is pretty high, no? That means that like a swamp cooler would struggle to make a difference. I don't think Chip is still here. I don't think that a swamp cooler, evaporative cooling, wouldn't work too well when humidity is already 72%. But it looks like it's gonna be. Let me have a look at Monday. Yeah, it's gonna be sunny all day again. Yeah. Who'd have thought it? Spain in summer is gonna be sunny. Who knew? How far behind am I? Keith's comment was at 17 minutes past the hour. It's currently 47. That did say 17, yeah? No, it didn't. It says 37. Does it? Oh. How have I misplaced the other glasses? They were right fucking here. I must be like, I'm probably laying on them and breaking them. I can read most things with this, just some things just not quite, and that's why I kept the old ones to hand, and they're just not. I think that's a 37. I think I'm 10 minutes behind on chat. Farmer thinks it was me pooing that took down the trees. I think that's what he's saying. Have you seen the portable toilet for festivals that folds up? I've seen like a box, a plastic box that flattens out, but I've also seen buckets that have a toilet seat fit on them. Buckets, a plastic bag or sack, refuse sack, and then a seat that fits on them. Preppers talk about this stuff all the time. They have various ways. I've always just managed. Me and the trees and the plastic doggy bags. The poo bags aren't all for Tina, let's put it that way. They're not just poo bags for Tina. The toilet that separates pee and poop, you can do that yourself because one comes out quite a distance from the other when you're squatting. Did you know? Oh God, should I even have this conversation? Okay, this is how I tell when it's time to go. If I can go for a pee without it being a problem at the other end, I'm fine. If I go for a pee and I'm really, really struggling to stop the other happening at the same time, now it's time to go and do. I hang on to the last minute. Mainly, I'm waiting for I'm waiting for darkness, or I'll go last thing before daylight. So first thing at night, last thing at night, before morning breaks. But sometimes you just gotta go. You just gotta go. It's go now, and I've got to pick a wet rag up on the way around. Yeah. I have like wet wipes, but I don't use them for that. We too much info. We had the conversation a couple of weeks ago that went way too far. There are no bathrooms, not here. Oh, there was a foot washing thing 500 meters that way, and there is a toilet there in summer for 2 or 3 months, basically July and August. The end of August or a couple of weeks into September, it all gets carried away. Never used it. I go here. Man of the woods. Josie says, I did something really stupid. I slept out while taking my keys. Huh? Hold on. But it was my work key ring, so no house, car key, and door closed. Ring a taxi for Peter and sit down in the hall of our building. I'm not sure I fully followed that. I did something really stupid. I stepped out, not slept. Sorry, that's me. I stepped out while taking my keys. But it was my work key ring, no house. Oh, you've locked yourself out of the house. You've not got the house key on you when you stepped out, and the door slams and locks automatically. Oh, you see, I prefer a proper. I'm not into these. What do we call them? Yale locks. I prefer a 5-lever mortise lock, where you have to turn the key to lock it. The door doesn't just close and lock behind you. If you haven't got your keys, you haven't locked it, you just open it and walk back in. I mean, no problem. But if it's one that just locks behind you and you've got the wrong... Oh, no. So you're just sat in the building waiting, what, for a locksmith or a member of the family who's got a key or... something. I don't know. That's not good. It took me a little while to. You need to find the smell. You'll be having little friends coming in. We had ants the other day, but I'm on the watch out for mice because I think I've heard something tonight. I thought it was outside, but it could have been in. I may take the mouse traps out of the drawer and prime them tomorrow, or prime 2 of them and put them around, just in case. Here's the thing: if I'm hearing them, it's unlikely they're mice. And I don't know if these traps are good enough to take on the big fellas. The traps are only small. I mean, they're lethal. They're evil. But I don't know that they would take on their bigger cousins. So yeah, I'll have to watch for that. I'll have to try. I think it's probably it's going to be onions or potatoes that are going bad, probably. YOLO logs, no Yale logs. But yeah, okay, I get you. He forgot what he's telling you. You said get the lowest strength for the glasses. I thought I said get the second lowest, but you know. Farmer's been funny. What's it going to be like in 2 weeks? Okay. Karen. Isn't it? I thought it was 3. No, it wasn't 3 weeks, no. 2 weeks, you'll be back already. It's going to be the middle of August, isn't it? It's going to be fucking boiling. Nice if you're on holiday. Not so great if you're living in a greenhouse. A polytunnel, whatever you want to call it. Cafetiera, we used to call it an everyday stovetop espresso, have the super automatic Phillips in Florida. Super automatic Phillips. This is just a stovetop thing, not hexagonal, octagonal, I think, the base. Little thing. Here's the problem. The base is about yay big, right? My gas ring's that big. Make it work. How much of my gas is just going to waste while this guy's heating his coffee 2 or 3 times a day? He doesn't seem a bad lad, and he did offer me some if you were there in TrampCast. He was trying to offer me a coffee at the end of it, but I don't know. Could we not just boil the water in a pan first and then pour it in the base? Would that not be quicker if we did it on a bigger, wider pan that sat over the flame more? Then put it in the base of his coffee making gizmotron. Just feels very inefficient. I don't know, guys. I don't know. The first time he came along, he just came with a bag of coffee. And he wanted, I don't know what he wanted. I could boil water, but then what's he going to do? He didn't have a thing to sieve it through. You know, when you do he didn't have a proper cafetiere with a plunger. He didn't have that. He didn't have the mesh filter for pouring hot water through and just making filter coffee. But he had the coffee grounds, and that's all he had. He didn't have a cup, didn't have a pan, didn't have anything. He just came along and somehow I was going to make coffee. And I haven't got any of that shit. My coffee's instant coffee. Powder. Put some powder, put some sugar in a cup, pour a spoonful of dehydrated or freeze-dried coffee, instant coffee in the bottom of the same cup. Maybe a spoonful of hot chocolate in the same cup. Pour boiling water in once you've boiled water. I'm not having posh fucking coffee. He comes along just with the coffee grounds. All I could have done was just put them in the pan and boiled them, cowboy style, cowboy coffee. But then you've got to get the water out without the grounds. I haven't got a sieve, I haven't got a filter, I'm a tramp living in a fucking field. That's why I drink instant coffee in the morning. Once upon a time, I picked up half a dozen packs of coffee beans. The garage, the petrol station, is a Starbucks affiliate. But they threw like a dozen, maybe they threw 20 or 30 bags of coffee away one time. And I did grab a few. But they'd pierced the bags deliberately so that the stuff would go stale soon. I got them and kind of tried to tape them up. I had those for a while. I don't think I ever got around to using them. I could have just like smashed them up with a stone, ground them up and used them. They're already roasted and what have you. It's just it would have just been a case of grinding them up. I just never got around to it. And then I think they went away when the police when the police and the bin men robbed me, when they stole my belongings. As I still maintain, stole. Not confiscated. They stole my belongings. And threatened to shoot my dog. That was the first thing they did upon arriving, the little bitch from the Guardia Civil. Get that dog inside or I'm going to shoot it. To my Tina. Well, to me regarding my Tina. I wasn't happy. Whoa. Okay, I'm working forwards again. Karen was asking what the weather's going to be like in 2 weeks. I said it's going to be Spain in August, and she says, so cold then. Well, not UK cold. Oh my God, stop him. What are we doing? Magic coffee. It's his problem, not yours, I think. His coffee. Yeah. The Russian guy, Ilya. I only remember his name because the man from Uncle, his partner was Ilya Kuryakin, wasn't he? So I remember Ilya. It's actually a Scottish bloke, David McCallum. Didn't he just die recently? What was his character on NCIS? Ducky, was he called? The Doctor? Ducky, maybe, on NCIS. David McCallum. Of Sapphire and Steel, the man from Uncle. Sapphire and Steel, man from Uncle, NCIS. I don't really remember him from much else. Oh, Colditz. He was in Colditz, wasn't he? The TV series, not for real. Tell H to watch Love Island. Oof, Love Island. Wow, no. They drink cold coffee. I do. quite often I won't bother boiling the kettle. I'll just take the powdered coffee, the instant, and the sugar, and just pour cold water in. Not at 7 o'clock in the morning. At 7 o'clock in the morning, I will probably boil it. But if it was in the afternoon and I wanted to drink a coffee, I'll do that. But yeah, I don't think you can make a cold espresso then, can you? Because it has to boil in the bottom and percolate up through the coffee grounds, and then evaporate and then condense in the top pot in the pot at the top. Whoa! It's okay, Tina. Don't panic. We just got another one. It didn't flash that time, though. It didn't flare up. Did you hear it? We got another fly. Ice coffee. That would be nice if I had ice. Of course, if I had ice, I'd be having an ice beer or an ice wine. Reminds me. Cheers, folks. Have you seen the state of my glass still? Can you see that? I do not believe I've washed this glass this year. I might have once, I'm not sure. But I don't recall. I've had 2 or 3 of these glasses from really early on. Got them from a skip where a builder was doing some work on a house. I don't know whether skip translates everywhere. When a builder's doing work and you get the big, like a big flat-bottomed boat-shaped metal thing and all the builder's rubble goes in. In English we call that a skip, or English. I don't know about Americans. I don't know what you call them. And I don't know any other languages. But I got 2 or 3 of these glasses really early on. I think just after I've told you about, I was using plastic glasses that had a little lip on, and the slug got under the lip of the plastic glass, and you gotta be careful with slugs. You can die from that shit. Used to get a lot of slugs and snails in this field. Now I get a lot of dead snails around. This year there's been a few more snails actually on the tent and once or twice in the tent. But nothing compared to when I first moved into here. Slugs were everywhere. Slugs. Do Americans still call them slugs? What's a snip? Because they have that snips and snails and puppy dogs' tails rather than slugs and snails, puppy dogs' tails in the rhyme. So maybe some regions call them snips. Might be a regional thing. But anyway, slug, it's like a snail without a shell. And I had these plastic glasses and they had a rim, and this fucking thing just invisibly tiny, like a baby slug, under the rim in my fucking mouth. And it's a few days after that I found these glasses. And what I would do, I would put them inside a shoe. I had a couple of pairs of shoes that I'd found on my journeys that weren't suitable for me wearing. But if you stood a glass in them, then your glass didn't fall over. If you stood a 2-litre pop bottle in the shoe, in the training shoe, sports shoe, whatever you want to call it, stand a 2-litre bottle up in a shoe, it doesn't fall over. There's a way of stabilising things. Nothing worse than having a drink and having a pop bottle fall over and knock your drinks over. Whether it's water, coffee, let's think, at what point did I start with wine? That would have been months later. Wine and cola. I guess I had a thing where I would buy 1 carton of wine per month. and 1 bottle of cola. At the last, well, depending on how money fell, depending on how I was doing, either the last weekend of the month or the first weekend of the next, the first week of the next, I would buy an 80, no, they weren't even 85 cents, it was 75 back then. 75 cents cardboard wine and 60 cents bottle of cola. It was back then. 1 bottle a month. I'd made it last a week. A week from 1 litre of wine. Movement again, and it sounded inside. Might not have been, but it fucking sounded it. Yeah, 1 bottle of wine per month, folks. Maybe €1.50 for the bottle of wine and for the bottle of cola. Make it last a week. So you'd put about that much wine in the bottom. Oh, and I had a rule. A new carton of wine. I allowed myself 1/3 of a glass, neat, without the cola. It was like a treat to myself that I was allowed that much, just that much wine, unadulterated by the cola. My first drink from a new carton. That was a tradition. That was a rule. God. Sounds so silly now looking back, but it was heaven back then. It was my treat once a month. And for the rest of the week, it would be a similar amount of wine and then fill the glass with cola. And that 1 of those per day for a week until the wine ran out. Just 1/3 of a glass, maybe 1/4 of a glass of wine. The rest was cola. And that's how you make 75 cents of wine last a week. And that's back when I dreamt about being able to afford a 12-pack of beer for Christmas. And I didn't make it. I didn't get it. I didn't have the money for that. It was €2.64. Does that work out at like 22 pence a can for 12? $21 or 22. It was 21 or 22 cents a can at the time. Comes out somewhere 260 something, 264 probably. Yeah. That was like a reach. That was like an ambition. That was a hope. Maybe I'll be able to afford a 12-pack of beer at Christmas. I didn't. I couldn't. Didn't get that. But I did find a bottle of vodka by a bin a week before Christmas, or 10 days before Christmas. A litre bottle, 3/4 full, so about a normal bottle of vodka by a bin with a proper stopper in, the measury stoppery thing. One-way valve, so no one's putting anything nasty in there. I made that last all the way until Christmas and all the way through Christmas, all the way to New Year. With a bottle of cola, vodka and Coke, a glass every 2 or 3 nights to begin with until we got to Christmas. And then I made it last through Christmas and up to New Year, into New Year. Finished it on New Year's Day. Oh, I'm rambling. What are we talking about? Snip likely refers to small, insignificant pieces or odds and ends, possibly things that boys might collect. Really? So they abandon slugs for snips. Snips and snails and puppy dogs' tails. Oh, it jumped. Where'd it jump? In Holland, we call them naked snails. Okay. Karen's doing a yuck, like a vomity. 2023, age of 90, David Keith McCallum. That when he died a couple of years ago, yeah. A big one. We heard it. I think, okay, iced coffee, we heard it. I think I'm up to date with that. Did you piss in the bottle and put it back? No, it's not my style. Not my style, Robert. A nice idea. I was wary in case anybody else had. When I first saw the bottle of vodka there, well, I saw a bottle of liquid. I grabbed it and just put it in my bag. I was always carrying multiple Mercadona bags, one on my shoulder and one in my pocket, and go around the bins and things, see what you can find, see what resources you can find, see what food you can find. Bin food. It's not what you think. I've got videos on it. I've got videos on bin food and bin pizza. Floor pizza. Floor pizza was always the best pizza. Floor pizza. Fuck. Sometimes it was a battle who was going to get it, me or Tina. If she discovered the floor pizza, it was gone before I knew it was there. That little fucker wouldn't share. But whenever I found it, I had to share it with her. Hey, babe. Floor pizza's the best pizza. And we had circuits we used to walk off to the left that way and off to the right that way. Most days you do one or the other, or maybe you do one in the afternoon and the other at night. Every now and again, we'd do both in an afternoon and then go back and do both at night. And I would be coming home carrying 2 bags on my shoulder, 2 full bags, either food. How long was I gone? I was just saying there were 2 circuits we used to do for the bins. And sometimes we'd do one or the other. Sometimes we'd do both. Sometimes we'd end up doing both twice in a day. And I'd be coming back with 2 shopping bags, 2 Mercadona bags, fully laden with, laden, the past tense of loaded. No, the past tense of load. Fully laden with, sometimes food, sometimes useful resources, sometimes a mixture. But the things you can find. Multiple times I pulled a 12-pack of beer out of the bottom of a bin that was full. We had 6 packs of beer, bottles. Have you seen the video? I promoted a video, an old video. Was it this last week or the week before? I think the last week. 2 shopping bags full. Bottles of wine, spirits, and liqueurs. 2 shopping bags full. From this bin right here, from the bin 200 yards away. I was taking Tina to the park. We were off for the day. But as soon as I get to the bin, I have to come back. We'll just cross the main road and turn around and come back, carrying 2 shopping bags full. There's like 10 bottles of wine, 6 bottles of beer. There's, it wasn't Quattro. What's the biscuit? Amaretto, the biscuity flavoured one. There was Amaretto and there was vodka. Just buy a bin. That got me, that one. Who, how, what on earth possesses somebody to throw away that much alcohol? I'm happy they had the good decency to put them in bags next to the bin and not in the fucking bin. But like I said before, I've fished stuff out of bins. I've fished a 12-pack of beer out of a bin. Fished bottles of whiskey out of a bin. Sound like a right alky, don't I? I don't mean to sound like it, but when it's there and it's for free and you haven't had any for months, fuck yeah. Two shopping bags full. That was quite a week. That was maybe 10 days it might have lasted. And one of the wines was the best wine I've ever tasted in my life, and I didn't take note of what it's called. I'm normally a dry red wine, deep, dark, dry red. This was kind of sweet, fruity, cough medicine-y, which is something I've described earlier when we were talking about the Jägermeister. It was like that, but it was a wine. It had that cling to your throat, slightly burny but sweet and herbaceous. That's a good word for this time of night. I don't remember what it was called. It was the nicest wine I've had in my life. I'd buy that again. Well, I didn't buy it then, but I'd buy that if I knew what it was. I would seek that out. It must have been a sweet red wine, but herby and very syrupy and sugary. But it was just definitely a wine. It wasn't a. It wasn't Jägermeister or whatever. It was just a normal bottle of wine. But it was lovely. I don't know if any of you have ever had anything like that, where you drink something and it's just so lovely. Where was it from? It was from the bins. I have no idea. Santander Mara red wine, says Robert. I don't know, mate. Maybe stop drinking. What? Why would I do that? Do you get sinkholes in Spain? Asks Robert. I'm sure they do, but I've never heard of one or seen one. Oh, hold on. No, that was back in Lancaster in England. One opened up and a building fell. That was Lancaster, that was England. It was only off for 0.78 seconds. I never know whether Jack Attack just throws out random numbers or whether he's using the stats for nerds. I don't know. Good night to you, Mike, when you get here. That was Farmer leaving at 2:15. No? Maybe. Is it 2:15 now? Is it after 2:15? That was 6 minutes ago, Farmer. Good night, sir. That was Farmer on the way out the door. I'm just getting here. You are quite right. Did you piss in the bottle and put it back? Okay, I saw that earlier, Robert. Yeah, no, I answered. I did not. I wouldn't do that. Like some other homeless guy would probably grab it and try, but no. Okay, you found all the alcohol from people that stopped drinking. It's possible that somebody decided to go on the wagon and or maybe a partner got sick of them or threw them out and then threw their booze out. Maybe it was just someone leaving the country, a family leaving the country, and they'd got lots left over at the end and just put it out. I don't know. You can never guess the motivation of people who put stuff out. It's like when I found like a freezer full of goods in a bin. I was just feeling bin bags inside the bin just to get a sense of and that you put your hand on one that's ice cold. you instantly just lift the whole bin bag out and you have a quick look. And chances are it's all just frozen food. They've not put other rubbish or whatever in. It's not like there's a nappy or a cigarette ashtray or whatever. It's just, some people just empty their freezer and there'll be salmon steaks and beef steaks and ice cream and lollipops, and you just bring the whole bag home quickly. Just you find a bag that's ice cold in the bin. Just bring the whole thing home. I had one of the best fish stews ever, just like that. Salmon steaks and different bits of fish and prawns and mussels and cockles and God knows what. I made a wonderful fish stew that night. There was ice. I had to eat so many ice creams so quick that afternoon. Not like another occasion when the petrol station threw out about 20 pots of ice cream. But I don't know if you know this. Your modern, like your Haagen-Dazs ice cream and stuff, doesn't melt. It does not melt. It's like a foam, and it just sits there. And even when it's not cold, even when it doesn't melt. The pot just sits there. Days I had those in a one of those metallic insulated shopping bags, but just in the hedge here. 3 or 4 days I was eating that ice cream. Even when it wasn't cold, it just forms it's like a foam aerated cream. It's just like a mousse, but doesn't melt. It just sits there. 3, 4, 5 days I was eating those things. I dug about 20 of them out of a bin one day, brought them all home, and no fridge, no freezer, no cool box back then. They were just in a metallic bag, in a hedge. That's about the time I had a pizza in one of those bags and a fucking rat bit its way into the bag, into the pizza box, stole the whole pizza out of the bag and box without me knowing. For 2 or 3 days I'm checking that it's still there, The box is there inside the bag. Fucking rats stole the pizza right out of the box, out of the bottom. I've got a real admiration for rats. I hate the bastards, but I've got a real admiration for their abilities. They are so clever. It bit from underneath. It bit its way into the bag, so I couldn't tell. I look at the bag, looks normal. I look in the bag, pizza box, still in place, looks normal. It's unopened, no problem. It's in through the bottom, and then it's pulled the entire pizza out of the bloody box and out of the bag. You've got to admire that. The temerity and the tenacity. 2 good words for this time of night. But yeah, the absolute temerity of it and the tenacity. Unbelievable. Was it Basil's rats from Fawlty Towers? Not sure. Fucking thing. I was looking forward to that pizza. Me and Tina would often have breakfast pizza. A couple of days after Christmas, it might even have just been Boxing Day. For foreigners, Boxing Day is the day after Christmas most of the time, not all the time. A lot of Brits don't even know this. Boxing Day can never be a Sunday. So if Christmas is a Saturday, Boxing Day will be the Monday. Anyway, here we go. I was walking with Tina, and we walked down a road opposite, just after the petrol station. We walked down that road and turned left, and there was a stack of 8 or 9 pizzas in the box. like supermarket, not frozen, kind of fresh, but not fully cooked. You know, they par bake them, and then you're supposed to eat them yourself or heat them and cook them, finish them yourself. And for quite a while, we'd have breakfast pizza just cooked in a frying pan. Technically cooked in two frying pans. Smaller frying pan on the bottom, pizza inside it, right side up, and then a larger frying pan over the top, wrong way up, so that any heat. So you cook the base of the pizza, hot air goes in around the edge of the bottom frying pan and is caught in the larger top frying pan, and the hot air cooks the top. It's a kind of a pseudo oven from two frying pans, one big, one small, or one bigger. They could both be big, but the top one has to be upside down and be larger than the bottom one. So yeah, we were quite adept at cooking breakfast pizza in the tramp camp here. Also did a video one time of me cooking a pizza in it wasn't really a solar oven. You know when you've got the pizza and it's in a black plastic circular tray and it has a transparent top? Just put it in the sun for 4 or 5 hours. We actually overcooked it. If you watch that video, the cheese on top was dried out and kind of crunchy because we'd overdone it in the 5 or 6 hours it was left out. But I think that was winter rather than summer. If you were to put that out in summer, you would probably only need 2 hours. Haven't had one since though, so I don't know. The things you used to find walking around, folks, the things you used to find. I was walking around one Sunday morning and I went past an enclosed housing estate, and there's this cardboard box just full of sweets. Like an entire cardboard box just full of sweets. Just sat there next to the road. Being put out by somebody who doesn't want it or hasn't got a use for it. To begin with, I grabbed a few handfuls and put them in a bag. But I got a bit wise to myself. I walked around and went back and just poured half the box into my bag. That was as much as I wanted to carry. I was looking for other things. But yeah, the things you find. Other finds from bins would include what? I found 3 cases of like protein drinks, chocolate milk drinks. You know, the straw that you push through the little silver hole. It's like a hole that's thrown away by a chemist, a pharmacy. 3 cases. About 20 or 30 drinks in each case. I brought them back here. I had, for the next month, I had chocolate drinks, and protein is something I struggle with. To get enough protein, I don't get much in the way of meat. Chorizo is an idea that sometimes tins of tuna, eggs, I guess, when I've got eggs, but I don't get a lot of. I'm a tramp in a field. You know, people aren't bringing me steak every day. Those beef cheeks that someone brought not long ago, though, those were nice. That was a nice change. A lady dropped some food off, and there were two beef cheeks in the pack. I messed the first one up by cooking too fast. Low and slow with something like that. I fried it quickly. I didn't have much. I think I was trying to get a TrampCast in afterwards, or maybe a hangout. So I didn't have much in the way of time. I was rushing. But the second one that I did the day after, or 2 days later, was lovely, delicious, low and slow. I did a kind of a stew with it in the end. I think I braised it, and then added some other potatoes, carrots, whatever I had. Turned it into a bit of a stew. Oh, here we go. The rat called Basil in Folic. That was running around the kitchen, wasn't it? Causing chaos. Karen says Malaga is a sweet Spanish wine. It was about that time. That was really my first encounter with rats. So it was already, that was Christmas-ish. So yeah, midwinter. I didn't have a shelter at that time. I was just sleeping outside. Yeah, we started hearing movement in the hedge, in the bush, and I would be throwing, when I was saying before about sitting glasses or pop bottles in shoes for stability, I did start throwing shoes into the hedge around then. So they come back each winter now, the rats and mice. Didn't see rats this winter, but I was plagued by mice, if you remember. Not just winter, they carry on well after. Once they're inside, little buggers. Until my friends Adam and Mel got me these fantastic Temu mouse traps, and they are fantastic, folks. They really are. I know people take the piss out of Temu. Big Clive especially. He buys cheap shit, takes it apart, and tells you how crap it is, why it's crap, and why it'll kill you. But these mouse traps, to me, they're the bee's knees. They're the best thing I've ever seen. I think I did show them in a video. I was going to do a totally separate video about them, but I think so far I've shown them 2 or 3 times in TrampCasts. Not so much in Hangouts, I don't think, but in TrampCast proper. But I don't think I ever did a proper review of them for the channel. So maybe I'll do that sometime soon. Is that you, Tina? It is. That's Tina. Lambrusco Banyuls, Zinfandel, Malbec, Recioto, sorry. Della Valpolicella. Those are just words. You're talking foreign at me. Get a cat. My dog might object, no? She hates cats. There are some in the field, and when I see one, I will try and be nice and try and feed it and try and encourage it over this way. But as soon as Tina gets a whiff, now she can't chase after them like she used to, but she will still protest. She will still protest, Robert. There is a larger version of the traps. You see, that'd be interesting for Ratus when he comes a calling. I think Ratus is only. Is that the brown rat? Ratus. The others, there are other distinctions, aren't there? Variations on a theme. That wine and corn is really quite nice. I think I do have to finish it though, because it's just a tear open, not resealable. And I opened it last night. I will have to. Where are we with it? Let's have a look. There's maybe another glass, but let's. Yeah, no, I've got to. Can I? I could probably squeeze it all into the one glass. So that Scruff, you can't take me anywhere. Really. If I wasn't a tramp already, I'd make some joke about living in a barn or something, but I don't get to make those jokes. I'm worse off than living in a barn. I'm living in a fucking field. Cheers, folks. Cheers to the subscribers. Cheers to the people that have hit the thumbs up. We are actually on 23. I'm starting to think in terms of 36 and 37, which are the current record for thumbs up in a particular, while live. The videos get more thumbs afterwards, obviously, but 37 I think is the record while live. I am 4.5 hours in though, so I might have to keep going while 6 or 7. The brown rat is Rattus norvegicus. Black rat, Rattus, black. That's the main normal one, isn't it? Rattus is the definitive rat. It's got to be the black one. The plague rat. Although they're not sure about that, are they? There was a conversation I was in a couple of weeks ago about bed bugs possibly being the cause of this spread. Bed bugs and also maybe the flea. People didn't air their bedding and they didn't change their clothes as often. Families slept together in a big bed. And if you didn't air the bedding, in fact, they got to the point where people didn't open windows to air their rooms. And so, yeah, I've heard theories about bed bugs and other lice that people would have on them that might have been, it's not proven that it was rats and their fleas. The fleas can carry it. They might not be the only thing that can and does carry the Black Death, the plague, because America, West Coast, they have plague. Squirrels and rats or raccoons or something carry the plague to this day. Black Death, bubonic plague, is still a thing in the west coast of America, as well as rabies. I'm not sure if there's a connection or a link there, or if that's just two totally separate vectors of transmission. That's a good word, vectors. That's a good word for this time of night. What time of night is this? Good words to be throwing out. 2:41 and I'm throwing vectors around. A vector. It's a two-dimensional thing, isn't it? It's a direction and a scalar, a size. It's a size and a direction. Which is why when you spin things in a circle, they're always accelerating, because acceleration means either to change speed or to change direction. You're accelerating at all points when you're being spun around. Apparently, allegedly. It's a physics thing. Or I'm just chatting shit. Jack Attack will come back and correct me if I'm wrong. Here in Amsterdam, we call the pigeons flying rats. We do the same thing in the UK. They are classed as vermin, and anybody at any time can pull out their shotgun and take care of them and put them in the pot. I do like a nice bit of pigeon in red wine. Is anyone detecting a theme? Red wine is... As a kid, we had pigeon quite often. Butchers used to carry them all the time. It's rare nowadays. You don't... I guess because we don't have butchers. You only go down the supermarket, don't you? When was the last time any of you went in an actual butcher's shop? or to a butcher's stall in a market. Is that even a thing in the UK still? Can you buy pigeon and rabbit? Rabbit, there's another one. They have rabbit in the supermarkets here. It's expensive for what it is. And it's a little bit fussy to eat. Lots of small bones all over the place. It's quite... You're eating a fork full of food and then you're picking a bone out of your mouth. Tasty. I like rabbit. I'm just not sure it's worth the price, and I'm not sure it's not something like you wouldn't order it in a restaurant, because picking bones out of your mouth in public, not great. It's like pork chops and lamb chops. You have to eat them at home, because to finish them you have to pick them up and get stuck in. It's not restaurant food. Rabbit's a bit like that, like certain fish. The Dorado fish that they have over here that they sell. Never seen it in the UK. Dorado translates as what? City of Gold or whatever. El Dorado. It's gold and golden. It's probably like a golden something or other. It won't be carp, will it? Because that's a goldfish, isn't it? Dorado. There's a lot of bones down there. Not the spine, but halfway. It's a pain in the fucking ass to eat. All the supermarkets sell it all the time. You wouldn't eat in a restaurant because it's just too much faffing about, pulling bones out your mouth, which is indelicate. It's not nice to do that in a restaurant, is it? Dorado. I don't know what brand of fish that is. I'll beat Jack Attack to it, maybe. Dorado fish, what is it? Dorado. Will I spell it? Can I type in a straight line at this time of night? The name Dorado can refer to two distinct fish species. The saltwater mahi-mahi, that's not going to be it, and the freshwater golden Dorado. That's a redundancy. Golden Dorado. That's just golden in two different languages. What the fuck are you talking about? Golden Dorado. That's like saying a large grande. That's just... No, don't do that. The River Rio. No, there's a redundancy. You're just repeating yourself in different languages. Also known as dolphin fish. That's the mahi-mahi that I've never heard of. That's not the one I'm after. The golden Dorado, a large predatory freshwater fish found in South America. That doesn't sound like it either. Also known as river tiger or... Oh. They're not shipping them to Spain from fucking Argentina or Brazil. Not related to salmon, okay. Known for its aggressive... This has got to be missing... This has got to be missing the point somewhere. Those are fucking huge. Those are bigger than a boat. That's not it. What have I been eating? Dorado fish, Spain. Let's try again. In Spain, Dorado can refer to two different fish. Oh, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Gilt-head bream, which is commonly farmed, and mahi-mahi. Okay, that's the other one The dolphin fish, we don't want to know about that. That's not it. That's not it. It's the golden bream, folks. Bream. B-R-E-A-M. Who knew? I had no fucking idea. I don't even know what a bream is, never mind a golden bream. All I know is, when you cook them and you come to eat them, they're a pain in the ass, because on both sides, on each side, there's this halfway between, no, it's about 3/4 of the way towards the top. It's one of those fish-shaped fish, you know. But 3/4 of the way up, there's a whole line of these. I guess you're supposed to know about it and pull them out with pliers or tweezers before you cook it. I don't know. I'm just not that refined and sophisticated. I don't know what I'm doing. And that was before I was a tramp living in a field. I was already a fucking oik. I am from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. If anybody wants to know, we Barnsley folk are a straightforward, down-to-earth, commoners, muck kind of folk. We're not educated food connoisseurs or wine connoisseurs or anything connoisseurs. We know about coal. That's probably it. And even that's of no use nowadays, is it? Knowing about a bucket of coal. Put a bucket of coal on fire, eat water, ready for that tea, lad. And put your coat on if that's going out in cold. And that's it. That's all we know. We are not sophisticates. TB is making a comeback in England. Oh, we see the anti-vax movement is a thing. It was probably making a comeback even before COVID. But the whole COVID situation, I'm not a believer in these RNA vaccinations. It's okay, Tina. It's just a fly killing itself, it's doing a kamikaze thing in the fly zapper. These RNA vaccines, as far as I'm concerned, are unproven, untested, and even the guy that invented the technology says isn't fit for purpose. So that's one thing. Now, I do think that people's reluctance to go for that kind of vaccination has spilled over into a more general anti-vaccination ethos, mentality. And I think that's overkill. I'm a believer. There are probably 1 billion or 2 billion people alive today because of vaccination. Well, maybe not alive today. There are maybe 2 billion people whose lives were saved because of vaccinations over the last, I'm going to say 80 years, but then you probably go back because matey boy in France, Pasteur was the first one, wasn't he? When's that? 1860? 70? Let's find out. Don't need Jack Attack. But you're welcome to check. You're welcome to compete, mate. Pasteur vaccination when? Let's do this. How do you spell Pasteur? P-A-S-T-E-U-R or U-E-R? Pasteur. I'm going to go Pasteur EU. Pasteur vaccination or vaccine. I will go vaccine. When? Louis Pasteur's first human rabies vaccination using a live attenuated vaccine took place 1885, July. That was a rabies. Does that mean there were other vaccinations before then? Was he not the first? Rabies? When was smallpox and the smallpox cowpox thing? When was that? Let's remove Pasteur and just go first vaccine when. Jenner. Who was Jenner? Edward Jenner. Vaccine when? First. I'll put the word first in. First vaccine when? Edward Jenner. 1796. What the fuck? To protect against smallpox. I had Jenner then. I thought Pasteur was first, but no, he's off by like a fucking 100 years. He used material from cowpox source to inoculate against smallpox. He did, and he experimented on an 8-year-old boy without fully fucking telling him what was happening. Yeah, he gave him the vaccine, and then he gave him the fucking smallpox virus. He tested on a human without consent. I guess, folks, the past is like a foreign country. They do things different there. 1796, but the first vaccination was testing on an unwitting child. What a cunt. Edward Jenner, what a genius. But a fucking evil genius. Surely. That's not just me, is it? We got to cycle back to anti-vax 1796, did I say? 94, 96, whatever it was. So that's 230 years ago-ish. Vaccines have had a long time and will have saved many, many, many lives. RNA vaccines pushed out on an unwitting public, pretty much untested. There was skullduggery and fakery within the limited testing that did take place. And they underperformed, overpromised, underdelivered. To the point, folks, have you heard this one? Dr. John Campbell, if you want another science or health related but he's not a doctor. He was a nurse. But his career has involved training doctors, nurses, other health professionals. He's a doctor in the sense of having a PhD. Most doctors have the equivalent of a master's. This is why when you see a doctor and maybe he gets a promotion, suddenly he's Mr., not Doctor. That means he got an actual doctorate. They then call them Mr. Because medicine is fucking... They cheated. Doctors being called doctors don't have doctorates. They only have a master's plus work experience. When they do get a doctorate, you have to differentiate them, and that's when they get called Mr. Anyway, going back to what I was saying. What was I saying? Dr. John Campbell. He's a doctor with a doctorate, not a medical doctor. He's actually a trained nurse, and like nurse practitioner, but also an educator. Latest statistics suggest someone who's had, I think, 3 or more vaccines is more likely to get COVID than someone that didn't have the vaccines. The vaccination increases, put another way, put in plain speak, which is what I like because I'm a Barnsley lad. The more vaccines and boosters and stuff you have for COVID, the more likely you are to get COVID. And it didn't reduce transmission. It didn't save the NHS. All your banging of pots and pans on a Thursday fucking night. What were you fucking doing? RNA vaccines. Are there any others? Has anyone developed anything else that's RNA based in the line of vaccines, but that's not COVID related? I haven't heard of any. I don't know what their success rates would be. My feeling is not great. I don't think they stood the test of time. Now, proper real vaccinations, what was the word they used for when you use a denatured or when you use a dead version of a virus to train the immune system? When you do that, was it viruses or bacteria? I think it's viruses. When you do that, those have stood the test of time. We've had, as we just said, 230 years since Jenner tried to inflict smallpox on some 8-year-old boy. Here, boy, come here. Fuck, take that. It's just a little prick. Real attenuated, that was the word. That's even better word. Attenuated virus. Yeah, that I believe in fully. I'm not an anti-vaxxer in a more general sense, just in a COVID sense. Wider if it's RNA based. I am yet to be convinced on the RNA front. We shall have to wait and see on that. Let me find out how far back I am. TB is making a comeback. That's where I went off on a tangent there from Robert's comment. TB is a terrible, terrible disease. It was only eradicated relatively recent. Well, eradicated is the wrong word, I guess. It was only really beaten, or what, in the 50s? So Richard Feynman lost his wife during the war to TB. So 44, 45, while they were working on, what's it called? The atom bomb. Can't remember what the whole operation was called. Why can I not remember that? I know this. It's not going to come to me though. I can tell it's not going to come to me. Anyway, Richard Feynman's first wife died from TB while he was working on. It was almost there then. It came to me, project something or other. Oh, that's annoying, isn't it? It flashed in my mind, and just as I was about to grab it and grab hold of it, it went again. Anyway, yeah, TB is a terrible disease, and once you've had it, it lingers like within your bone marrow. You don't actually get even antibiotics, which were a revelation at the time. They appear to kill it, but they don't really. It goes dormant and it hides in your, I think in your bone marrow, I think it is. And it can stay dormant for like 40 or 50 years and then come back and bite you on the ass afterwards. Terrible, terrible disease. We shouldn't be tolerating TB making a comeback. Josie says 3 days ago. I don't know why or to what. We have a butcher's. Okay, or maybe she was answering the question, how long ago were you last in a butcher's? Karen says we have a butcher's. Enola Gay was indeed the Enola Gay. Enola Gay was the name of the pilot's mother, if I remember correctly. First atom bomb, little boy and big boy. That doesn't sound right. Maybe little boy and big man? No, fat boy. Something's not right there. I don't think. But yeah, there were two different mechanisms, two different types of bomb. And the second one, the one that was dropped on Nagasaki, that's the format of bomb that was used thereafter. It was more compact, it was smaller, it was technically simpler, I think, engineering-wise. Until they started with the thermonuclear ones, which used an atom bomb. So the first bombs used dynamite on the outside to compress the uranium or plutonium. To compress the uranium, you took a ball this size and you had to get it to half its diameter for it to go critical. They used dynamite and explode a series of contained and timed explosions outside to compress this much uranium into a much smaller, tighter, denser set of uranium, so it was critical or supercritical. Later on, they stopped using dynamite. They used an atom bomb on the outside to compress it. This is when you went nuclear. You didn't use dynamite on the outside. You used an atom bomb to compress. So you had a bomb within a bomb, and that was your thermonuclear warheads, if I remember correctly. It's not my field. Kyle Hill is your man for that stuff, but that's my understanding of that. Josie, I think, has got to go to sleep. Alarm is going off at 6:30. Yeah, we are. I'm keeping going, aren't I? I'm keeping an audience. I'm surprised there's so many here still. 10. 10's quite large for this far into a stream for me. Well, now down to 9. And explosions over there. Although Tina's less bothered now than she was. Folks, if you're a different 9 people and you haven't hit the thumbs up, you might consider it. 37 is the record. I don't think we're going to hit it. I don't know how much longer I can keep prattling on for. Manhattan Project. Why could I not remember that? Everybody knows it's the fucking Manhattan Project. Why does that not connect? That's annoying to me. If you were me, would you be concerned? Would you be seeing a doctor about now? Here's the glasses that I was missing. I was indeed sat on them, quite literally. Jesus Christ. Should I be seeing a doctor? In some ways, I've got a good memory, and in other ways, it pisses me right off that it doesn't work. Now, having found it, I've just lost a lens. It was right here. They were both here, and now it's gone. Where are you? And the more I shuffle stuff around, the more likely I am to lose the... Oh, no, it's there. I didn't lose both, but that one just dropped straight out again. Fuck. Okay, folks, I think that's an upside down. That must be an upside down because of the size of that gap there. That's got to be wrong. That's closer. So anything where I can't make it out, that's the two together work brilliantly. Oh, I got work back. So I think that was Josie going good night. Night, Josie. Catch you next time. Oh, Jack Attack's posted some and I've missed loads. Look, hold on. Lou Pastor. Okay, no. BCG. Is that a vaccine? BCG. Karen says a girl at school came back from Pakistan with TB in the 80s. We had to have a unit come to the school and we all had to be checked. The girl wasn't very popular thereafter, I can imagine. I told you this one. We had a girl at school that went, I think she went to Spain on holiday. This would be around 1970, let's say 75. And she came back with the most glorious suntan. And we all commented. And it was only like 10 years later that I realized she was of a Southeast Asian persuasion. She got this suntan one year and it never went away. I was so naive. I was colorblind, literally. Yeah. Josie sees 20 thumbs up. I've got 24. John says it was 26 and then 25. Okay. Not subs, no. Thumbs ups. Tacos Dorados. Golden tacos? Is this the fish? Are we back on the fish? TB is spreading and other Victorian diseases. We're getting a lot of resistant, not just the fact that diseases are spreading, but we're getting like these superbugs, as they call them, the ones that are resistant to antibiotics. You got to be careful because there's bacteria and viruses. Antibiotics will kill bacteria. Viruses, you can't really kill after you've got them. You just need your immune system to do. You can vaccinate in advance for viruses, but once you've got them, there isn't a treatment to get rid of them. So yeah, bacteria and you got to be careful which. So some diseases, but doctors have a tendency of saying, "Oh, you've probably got a virus, but I'm going to give you antibiotics just in case." And this overuse of antibiotics is actually feeding the antibiotic resistance of certain bacteria. The fact that antibiotics are handed at like places like India, you don't get antibiotics from your doctor. You just get them on the street corner because they make them. They have all the chemicals and the preceding chemicals that go in, and we found this during COVID, didn't we? Something like 80 or 90% of all of our drugs are coming from India and China. And in those countries, these things are kind of unregulated. They just hand them out like candy. In America, on the flip side, their farming industry is pumping pigs and cattle full of antibiotics as a way of fattening animals. And you get this foamy sludge just laying around on these factory farm type situations. Nobody knows what's in this stuff, and they're a hotbed of contamination and cross-contamination, overuse of antibiotics, and that's in the food chain. That can't be doing us any good. I'm sure British farms are doing terrible things as well. I just haven't read about it. I haven't come across that. But antibiotic resist. When you look at these terrible diseases, if we had like antibiotic resistant, hold on, rabies might be a virus rather than bacteria. But if TB becomes antibiotic resistant, and it is doing, some of the other like your pneumonias and things, I don't know. If they become antibiotic resistant, that's a major threat to civilization. I think at the turn of the century, the United Nations drew up a list of like global threats, and antibiotic resistant bacteria and things was it was high on the list. Might not have been number one or number two because probably global warming and some of the other things, but they're a big deal. It's a big deal. So when diseases like TB that were effectively eradicated, you know, I mean, I know they still existed, but in the Western world, they were all but gone. And now they're back. And some of them are superbugs, some of them are resistant. That shit's scary. That shit's scary. We don't want that. El Dorado tonic wine. I think I was working backwards. Did I get back far enough? Karen said we have a butcher's in the village. Okay, flying pigeons, flying rats. I think I'm back. Air rifle. I guess. I mean, shotgun could. Depends how close range. Shotgun could. What would be a good word? I mean, you could just say decimate, but that's not right. Yeah, shotgun at close range would kind of liquidize almost a pigeon, wouldn't it? Air rifle's better, yeah. Black rats, that is ratus. Okay. I don't know, is the brown rat more common nowadays? I'm not sure exactly. I'll have a read around tomorrow maybe. Robert's had pneumonia eight times last year. Oh shit! Due to, I think that's cancer treatment. Shit, mate. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that you needed cancer treatment. Pneumonia is nothing to be. God, I was going to say nothing to be sneezed at. Fuck. That would have been unfortunate wording, wouldn't it? Respiratory issues, nothing to be sneezed at. Sorry. You're okay now. I'm glad to hear that, my friend. I'm glad to hear that. I don't know what to say to that. Fuck cancer. That's the answer, isn't it? Everybody who's here, post in chat, fuck cancer, or just F cancer if you want to keep it polite. But fuck cancer. We are starting to get a grip on it. We are starting to get a hold of it. Progress is being made. For a lot of years, I was uncertain whether we were making real progress or whether we were just identifying it earlier. So in the stats, they go by like 5-year and 10-year survival rates. So if you discover it sooner, you're in the stats earlier, and therefore, even if you died at the same time as you would have 10 years ago or whatever, if you die at the same point, you have lived with it longer and are more likely to hit that 5-year, let's say, survival rate. So for a lot of years, I was suspicious it was a false statistic, that the improvement wasn't real. Does that make sense? Are you following? If if you were going to be diagnosed with cancer now and you were going to live 5 years, so you're going to die in 2030, but if we discovered it 2 years ago instead and you still died in 2030, suddenly instead of 5 years survival, you've had 7 years survival. But we did nothing. We didn't improve treatment. We didn't improve outcomes. We just found it earlier. But it impedes on the statistics. It affects the stats. You were seen to have cancer for 7 years before you died rather than 5. And I'm sorry, I'm talking about dying from cancer with someone who's had cancer. Probably that's probably quite offensive. I'm sorry. But for a lot of years, I wasn't sure whether the progress that we were seeing in the stats was just a hiccup because of earlier detection rather than better treatment and better outcomes. It was a major question in science. It's not just me being an ass. It was a major question in science. But some of these things now, the positron, what's that called? Not PET, positron emission tomography. The treatment where they shine a beam in from 2 different directions. I think it's positron. And it heats up the exact spot. And because there's no one ultra strong beam coming in and affecting the other tissue along the way, it's only where the beams cross. Don't cross the streams, except in cancer treatment. Where the streams cross, it heats up and you get a very, very targeted effect that doesn't affect the surrounding tissue as much. I think positron, which is is antimatter, isn't it? Positron? No? Isn't it the opposite of an electron? Oh, I can't remember. I might have entirely the wrong name of the type of beam. Because PET scan, isn't that positron emission tomography? Oh, I don't know. Where's Jack Attack when you need him? Anyway, we have got much better treatments. Some of the nanotech stuff, that it's not as far advanced as we thought it was going to be. We don't have miniature micro robots crawling around inside us doing the repairs that we thought we were going to have 20 years ago. But we do have ways of taking cancer drugs, wrapping them inside a coating and sending it in the body targeted to certain parts of the body, only to release in the presence of certain chemicals that only the cancer gives off, kind of thing, or only that part of the body has. And some of these targeted therapies and targeted drug release kind of schemes are having great effect. Some of the things like, what do you call the ones in the brain that are really bad? The granulomas? That might not be the right word, because that's something I had. But it might be. Some of the really bad brain cancers that were untreatable and had like 100% fatality, and you died within 2 months of getting diagnosed with some of that shit. Some of the really aggressive ones, you died within months of being diagnosed. There are now 20, 30, 40% survival rates. We're getting better at this stuff. But cancer isn't one disease, it's a whole clusterfuck of diseases. But I said this story 2 or 3 weeks ago. Bats don't get cancer. And we now worked out why. And we now might be able to apply that learning to humans. Mammals have a system of the body repairing defective cells. When you get a mutation, the body can repair it. Cancer has a way of trying to turn that repair mechanism off. Bats have 2 copies of this particular gene. That just makes it that much more difficult for cancer to do its thing. I say bats don't get cancer. That's not strictly true. They do and they can, but at much lower rates than any other mammals. And now that we've learned that you just need 2 copies of a gene that we already have, your CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology could come into play, and we could introduce a second copy of that gene. Now, whether that offers a way of treatment or whether it's a preventative thing that we should do to fetuses, to people, to cell, I don't know. There's ethical boundaries and things, but cancer's a fascinating topic for all the wrong reasons. It's fascinating, it's morbid, but we are getting a handle on it. We are getting there, I think. I predict that within the next, let's stick with the tradition within science, 20 years. Within the next 20 years, you're going to see some, I want to use the word miracle, but I think I should avoid that. That has religious and other implications. You're going to see some almost miraculous advances in the treatment and the curing and the prevention of cancer, I think. Probably before we get our fucking nuclear fusion, before we get our space elevator, cancer will be on the back foot. Or let me correct that. Many cancers will be on the back foot. It's not one disease, it's a whole network, it's a whole, I'll use the word clusterfuck of diseases. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that we are actually seeing advances. Vats vibrate at a hot rate and cure themselves. That's vibrating and temperature, and that's how we cure many diseases. And if you get a viral infection, fever is how we cure those. That's the what's the old phrase about starve a cold and feed a fever? Is that how it goes? Your body needs the extra energy to raise the temperature and do all that. Or like the Native Americans, the Indians, feather not dot, those Indians, the sweat lodge thing that they used to do is a curative. It's a treatment avenue. Yeah. Fever, yeah, but I'm glad that, sorry to hear that you had it, Robert, but glad that you seem to be, well, I'm not going to say free of it. You got to go 2 or 3 years before you're declared clear, I think. Well, I don't know I don't know what they do now in terms of declaring you free of it. Because you've got these scans that are much more in depth. Used to be just X-rays in the 50s and 60s, didn't it? There's the immunotherapy treatments for cancer seem to be, I'm going to use the word miraculous again, but they really do. When you hear those stories of people that got cancer and then it cleared up, it spontaneously just went away. And doctors would query whether they'd had a mix-up with X-rays. Was it really your X-ray that had a? There must have been a clerical error, an admin error. You've got no cancer this month. Last month you were riddled with it. No, every now and again the immune system you would get. Let's say you got a really bad flu, and your body went into fever mode, and it went over the top. And in some circumstances, it's now believed that the immune system kicking into overdrive, or like a hyperdrive, going real over the top, would attack and kill the cancers. It makes sense. It fits the pattern of what's seen, and immunotherapy is now being used. They will take out they will take out so many thousands or millions or billions of, like, the killer T cells, I think they're called. And then they will reproduce them in a lab and turn your millions into quadrillions. And then they'll pump a pint of it back into your body so that your immune system is hypercharged. Sometimes they'll tweak them to target specific, they'll edit the gene of these killer T cells to target specific, your cancer cell. And they'll do that. Take out some, tweak them, multiply them a billionfold, put them back in the body, and say, there you go, soldiers, have at it, go for it. The immunotherapy stuff's particularly promising. And unlike some of the drugs that they use, like on the brain, I'm going to say granuloid or granuloma. There's a word there somewhere. Putting chemicals into the body don't always get to the brain. There's the brain-blood barrier. Blood doesn't get into your brain. But things from your immune system can. There are alternate means of getting through there. And yeah, the immune system can do its thing if you train and target and tweak these cells just right. It's interesting. I don't want to be too morbid and hang on it too long. I probably have. I lift weights and I'm built like a brick outhouse, says Robert. Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. I'm not. I used to be a lot chunkier and more muscly than I am now. When I became homeless, I lost 1/3 of my body weight. Much of it was muscle. Shoulders and back and top of my arms. I guess that would be shoulders, wouldn't it? I lost a lot. Since then, I've put weight back on, but not so much on the muscle front. So I'm not the man I used to be. P53 tumor suppressor gene. PET and CT scans. What's the one though? What's the treatment that's radiation that comes in beams and only works where the two beams cross? Sounds like Ghostbusters, I know, but I'm sure that's positron as well. If it's not positron, what's another word beginning with P that's like a particle or a... See, when they build these things, they do have to build a particle accelerator. So the hospitals or the centers that get these things basically have their own particle accelerator buried in the cellar, and they have to make as many scanner machines work as possible. Otherwise, it's financially not viable. Once you've built yourself a particle accelerator under the hospital, you got to get yourself a whole unit of a whole shed load of these. It's the one where you see them, they put a mask on them and basically they nail the mask down. The person is pinned in the machine. To reduce movement, you can't move. You've got this, they make a mask shaped specifically to your face, pin you down, they'll put an X where the thing's gonna come in, and then they're shining these, lasers is not the right word. I'm thinking positrons. If it's not positrons, what are the things in the center of the nucleus of an atom? There's neutrons and what's that p? My brain is not fucking working. In the nucleus of an atom, I got to find out what. That's not the right typing. Nucleus atom. It's got neutrons. Not nuclease. Don't correct my spelling, you fucker. Nucleus of atom. Neutron, proton. Oh, it's PET scan. Is it a proton emission tomography? Proton or positron? Oh, I might have been using the wrong word. But this other one, this latest treatment, I'm sure that one's positron. But I could be wrong again. It does happen about once a decade. Let me just check. I'm going to type positron and cancer treatment. If you want to play along at home, feel free. Positron cancer treatment. Positron, positively charged. It is antimatter. I got that part right. Primarily used in diagnostic imaging. PET scan is positron rather than proton. Also being explored for the potential in cancer treatment. Explored. I got positron emission. Oh, therapy. Positron emission radionuclide therapy, PERT, is an area of ongoing research. I thought it was an actual treatment in the wild. It is still at the research stage. I thought I knew someone that had had it. That's interesting. Now, PET scan on the other, it is positrons. We are using antimatter for real. It is a real thing. They can make a bucket full of it. Not photons. No, that doesn't say photons. Photontons. That's not a word. Nuclei. Stereotactic radiosurgery. That's not the word I was after. Stop sarcopenia, muscle loss. Very old people get it. Take Anavar. Never heard of Anavar. I don't know what that is. Helps keep muscle. So a PET scan is positron, not... So I was right. I got that right first time around. Positron emission tomography. I do like these nice words. I was a bugger at school for learning like laser being an acronym. Light amplification by the stimulated emission of radiation. And also radar for radio direction and ranging. Although the first A doesn't really belong. That's a false acronym. Radio direction and ranging. I was a bugger for just learning these silly little this acronym. Yeah. It's only really an acronym if it forms a full word, isn't it? Not just a bunch of letters. So radar and laser are proper real acronyms. Other things are just called, what are they called when it's just a bunch of letters one after the other? There's a different word. Not initializations. Initialisms, maybe? Initialisms. Sounds right. I might have made it up. I often make up new words. Positron emission tomography. Yeah, that agrees with what I said. Karen's going to bed. Good night, Karen. It is late where you are, yeah? You should have been in bed hours ago. Are you at work tomorrow? 2:30, after 2:30 where you are. 3:30 where I am. That's quite late, folks. Okay, I might call it quits when we get to 5.5. 6 minutes time. 6 minutes time, folks. We're not going to reach 35, 36, 37 on the thumbs up. We are below 10 on the number of viewers, and Karen's leaving, so that's going to drop even lower any second. I think we'll call it quits there. It's been a good... Whoa! It's fun, eh? Tina doesn't like it. She's frightened. Hey, babe, I'm going to cuddle you in a minute. I'm going to get you on the bed and cuddle. Maybe I'll take you for a quick walkies first. Maybe. I can hear fishing boats out at sea. I think that's what I hear. There's a dull roar in the background, a dull hum, buzz. I don't know, I haven't got a better word. My words are failing me. Karen's off to bed. P53 bat. That's what you said before about, wasn't that was that a specific gene or something that fights? Tumor suppression gene. Okay, yeah. I think I'm up to date. I think I've got everybody. I don't think I've missed much. It didn't jump around too much today like it did. That was Friday night, wasn't it? Well, I missed that one. When Robert said oil billionaire Rockefeller was into vaccination. Well, there's robber barons. There's one from Jack Attack that I missed about Lady Mary Wortley Montague. I think you missed an E off the end. Or by modern spelling, there would be an E there. Louis Pasteur's first vaccination was for cholera in chickens, fowl cholera in chickens, 1879. Yeah, he's 100 years too late. Jenner was, did we say 1790 or something? I mean, that was fucking... I mean, the ethics of injecting an 8-year-old boy without telling him what you're doing. He gave him the inoculation using the cowpox vaccine, but then he injected him with smallpox, which was a horrendous disease. There's no way that kid had full knowledge of what was going on. There's no way that was, what do you call it now? Informed consent is the term, isn't it? There's no way that 8-year-old lad had informed consent. His parents were probably not even brought in on the act. Okay, we're back to, I saw all that with Karen talking about her friend who went to Pakistan and came back with TB. Well, what was that? Stereostatic radiosurgery uses many precisely focused radiation beams to treat tumors and other problems in the brain, neck, lungs, liver, spine, and other body parts. Do you leave the bat on all night? I do. It's literally, you know that long cable you got me? It's on the end of that cable from the EcoFlow. So yeah, I'll leave it on all night, and through the day I turn it off but leave it charging so it's fully charged if I want to do it wirelessly, if I want to do it hands-free. Not hands-free. If I want to put it in my hand. Protons, yeah. My night, Karen. I think you went already. Oh, I'm farting. I tried not to, but many precisely focused radiation beams. Yeah. See, the problem with putting a beam in, you want to go like, let's say you want to go 6 inches inside or 3 inches inside. You're going to use a strong beam. All that's 3 inches of matter of your body that's getting it. So what you want is something that comes in multiple angles at half power, and it's only where they kind of cross or where they interact, and you heat up that one spot. It's to do with heat. But yeah, you only want to cook that central, you know, wherever the blob, wherever the mass is. I like that, Robert. You're doing the Waltons thing. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Grandma. Yeah. Oh, it jumped. How far did it jump? Here I was just there and it jumped again. There's the bat. There's the good night John boy. They injected children in children's homes without consent. It's amazing some of the stuff that's been done by doctors over the years. Some of the stuff in America with the black folk, syphilis and stuff that was injected, LSD, got all sorts. Yeah. No, not all medical people are not all medical people are ethical, or haven't been over the years. Going now. Good night, says Karen. Good night, Karen. If you're still getting that, yeah. Lady was before Jenna. Lady. Oh, you did mention someone earlier. I'll go back. I'll watch it back tomorrow probably. Okay, folks, we are on 5 hours 30 minutes. I am going to call it quits there, I think. I haven't got much more to say. I thank you all for joining me and keeping a tramp company on this night. What was it, Sunday night? Thank you. I would if I could, but I don't think I can. I cannot end things in the traditional manner because her ladyship... Why is that not... My light's getting dimmer and dimmer, so that's another reason to finish things. Okay, folks. I shall endeavour to do a TrampCast tomorrow afternoon, a little later than normal, maybe 6 or 6:30, because I've got to catch up. I have got three or four TrampCast propers to catch up on. Let's see where we get with that. That will be, let's say, 6 o'clock or 6:30 Spanish time. That's 5 o'clock or 5:30 UK time. Noon? Is it? Noon or 12:30 East Coast of America, I think, roughly. I'm making it up on the fly, I don't know. Okay, folks. One last time, I shall... Whoa. Good timing. I shall say cheers to you all. Cheers, big ears. Thanks for being here. And with that, I shall say, Delta Mike, out.